Hello and welcome to Prescription for Progress. I'm Raj Kumar, the President and Editor-in-Chief of DevX, and really delighted to be with all of you from around the world yet again for Prescription for Progress, our annual event that brings together health and tech leaders to talk about the future of global health. Now, normally we do this in the Bay Area in San Francisco. For obvious reasons, we've been online the last couple of times we've gotten together, but it's such an important conversation and so much comes out of it. So I want to thank you for joining us wherever you are in the world and for being part of what I think is going to be a really exciting day. To tell you more about the day, I want to welcome Chaney to the virtual stage. Catherine is our senior reporter based on the West Coast of the United States who covers all these issues every day, innovation and tech and health. Catherine, this event is your baby. Tell us a little bit about it and what's in store today.
Thanks, Raj. Yeah, well, what makes this event really unique is we often hear criticisms, especially here in the San Francisco Bay Area, of global health tech solutions that just don't get to scale and that aren't really realizing their full potential. And what we're going to talk about today is the positive deviance, the examples that defy those stereotypes, the partnerships that actually allow global health tech solutions to have the impact that they really could have during this critical time. And the goal of Prescription for Progress is not just to feature those partnerships, but to actually inspire further partnerships. So what I'm hoping for today is lots of concrete examples shared on the virtual stage and in the chat, lots of aha moments from our attendees, and conversations that continue well past our programming today. So we're aiming to do that through the formal programming throughout the day, through the chat, and also through interactive breakout sessions at the end of the day, which I really hope to see you all join.
Thank you, Catherine. And you're so right. This is an event that really focuses on solutions. There's so much conversation, needed conversation about global health challenges during COVID, during this global pandemic. But what's unique about Prescription for Progress is that we look around the bend, we look at what's coming, and we look at what's possible. And it doesn't happen without all of you leading into this conversation. So do join the Zoom virtual chat. Talk to the other attendees, connect with the speakers, join the workshop at the end of the day, really look for opportunities to create partnerships. The innovation that the global health community needs isn't just coming from the Bay Area, it's coming from around the world, and we need your participation to make that happen. Speaking of partners, I want to say a big thank you to Astrazeneca, CETA, and MSD for Mothers, our partners for today's event. This event wouldn't be possible without their participation, and we really look forward to hearing what they have to say during the course of the day. I also want to finally thank everyone here, and I guess it's all of you, who subscribe to DevX Checkup. That's our free newsletter on global health. It's the insider story on what's happening inside the global health community, the conversation that's happening in the virtual hallway of global health today. If you don't subscribe, definitely take this opportunity to do that. You're going to be hearing from the reporters who make DevX Checkup happen every week during the course of the day today. So with no further ado, let's get started. I'm really excited for Prescription for Progress 2022.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jenny Ravelo, Global Health Reporter for DevX. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown the spotlight on the importance of genomic sequencing and surveillance, including in detecting new variants that could be more transmissible and evade existing tools at hand. But genomic sequencing capacity varies globally. Today, I'm pleased to be joined by Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, Chief Scientist at WHO, to talk about how genomic sequencing and surveillance can be strengthened in low and middle income countries. Dr. Soumya, thank you so much for joining us today at Prescription for Progress.
Thank you, Jenny. Pleasure to be with you.
Well, P4P is really about partnerships. So I wanted to start by asking you about some of the significant, existing partnerships that you have at WHO to help build countries' genomic sequencing and surveillance capacities, and what opportunities are available for the private sector, for the tech industry to help in this effort.
Yeah, that's a great question. If we just take a step back to January of 2020, or rather New Year's Eve 2019-20, when the first reports of this unusual illness were coming out of Wuhan, all of the tests, looking for known viruses obviously were negative. And it was the genome sequencing that was done with the specimens from these patients that are then allowed the Chinese scientists and China CDC to find out that this was a novel coronavirus. And on the 10th of January 2020, of course, they uploaded the sequences onto a platform called GISAID. And why I'm saying this is it's because that this happened in a really quick, time, within a few weeks of knowing that there was these unusual illnesses going on. We had whole genome sequences that could then be publicly shared, because it's not enough to sequence, it's also critically important to share. And we had a platform, GISAID, that had been running for influenza since 2008, that was quickly able to set up a similar platform for SARS-CoV-2, and they've since expanded to RSV as well. And today we have over 8 million genome sequences on that platform. The other observation is that at the beginning of the pandemic, less than half of WHO's member states, 194 countries, had capacity to sequence. Today, about 2/3 of them have, but again, that's not good enough. It still means that a 1/3 of countries around the world do not have any capacity. And if you look at some of these global maps that GISAID and others put out, you will see gray areas, mostly in Africa, but also in parts of Latin America, where there's no data. So that's the first thing for us, is to recognize that sequencing capacity is very unequally distributed. And if you look at where the GISAID sequences are coming from, clearly Europe is by far the largest contributor. And from Africa, you'll see most of it coming from South Africa and one or two other countries. So we need to look at expanding that capacity. What are the challenges? And this is where I think the partnerships, including the private sector, comes in. There's the cost of the equipment, of course, the hardware. There's also the running cost, the reagents, which in many countries have to be imported. There are delays, but there are also, it's quite expensive. And so often, these are done through research projects, but governments are unable or unwilling to support and fund ongoing genomic surveillance of many pathogens, because it does require financial investment. So I think the private sector has done well in developing lower cost hardware. So we don't really need the large sequencers, which cost millions, but you could do with smaller. In fact, there are now portable sequencers that can be taken into sites, into the field, but the question of the reagent still needs to be addressed. And then a critical need also is, of course, for the workforce. You need not only technicians who can run the sequencing machines, but more importantly, you need the bioinformaticians, the people who can actually read and analyze the data that's coming out of these sequences, and then be able to put it together in a format that makes sense and then can be interpreted. So a lot of capacity building and training is going to be needed, in addition to the hardware and the software. And of course, there are many partners now working on this. The WHO, as you know, has set up the hub for epidemic and pandemic intelligence in Berlin. We've also set up the BioHub system in Switzerland. This is to facilitate and enable countries to share actual biological specimens. We have GISAID, which is a global platform, as I mentioned, where scientists and researchers are sharing data from all over the world. But again, it's restricted to a few pathogens just now: influenza, SARS-CoV-2, and RSV. And then we have the Rockefeller Foundation Pandemic Preparedness Institute that's been launched. We have the Wellcome Trust and the UK government launching their pandemic radar. We have other initiatives from the Gates Foundation as well, and from the CDCs, the different CDCs around the world. So we have a lot of interest in this area, and it's really important, I think, to be coordinated and work together. And of course, WHO is good at doing that, at bringing people together, ensuring that we have a common strategy. So we're developing this genomic surveillance strategy, which has 5 goals. So if all the partners, private and public sector, can come together and work to support and enhance capacity on the ground, but also to then share the data widely so that we can enable public health to benefit. Ultimately, we want public health decisions to be based on real-time data. And as you know, we've been not only tracking variants over the last 2 years, but it's also enabled countries to track their own epidemiological situations, look at where they're having maybe like super spreader events, care homes, how infection is being introduced into different communities and situations. There are many ways in which genomic sequencing actually enables and can improve public health decision making. So clearly, it's a technology that we want to use more and more in the future, and we need to come together now to see that this can happen, but in a coordinated manner, in a cohesive manner.
It's interesting that there's a lot of international organizations now, even philanthropic organizations, really interested in building this capacity. But you also mentioned something about earlier about, maybe unwillingness by some governments because it does require huge resources. I wonder, when you talk to governments, and some of them may be listening today, what's the use of these technologies really beyond COVID-19, and why should they be, really putting their resources here as well?
Yes, I think that's really important because clearly COVID or other emerging pathogens is not the only, though it's an important application. Take the example of influenza. I mean, genomic sequencing has allowed us to track influenza variants and allowed vaccine development that's changed every year depending on the circulating strains of influenza, and that's happening because of sequencing and sharing of those sequences. And in fact, the national influenza centers, which have been operating since the 1950s as part of a global influenza surveillance network, were the ones who pivoted to SARS-CoV-2 diagnostics in the beginning, and still today are really providing the backbone of. So investment in those influenza centers, national influenza centers, paid off. Now we need to expand those centers to be able to do more broadly other respiratory pathogens. I mean, influenza is one example. Another example is in food contamination and food poisoning events which occurs. So again, genomic sequencing quickly helps you to establish what the contaminant is and can also help you track where that contamination happened. And we've seen good examples that where countries have used it to be able to find out the source of contamination. Similarly, it's used for polio, it's used for measles and mumps, it's used for TB. The WHO hosts a database of about 40,000 sequences, which is very small compared to what we have for SARS-CoV-2. We need to expand. But that tells us more about drug resistance to TB. It links genotypic and phenotypic. And as new drugs are introduced into countries, we can track whether TB is becoming resistant to those drugs. Antimicrobial resistance. I think we need a global database to be able to track, what's happening with different bacteria. That's a huge problem for humanity for the future. So there are all of these applications that will be useful, not only at the global level, but really is going to be useful at the country level and the subnational level. And this is why investments are going to be very important.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Soumya Swaminathan, Chief Scientist at WHO. Please stay tuned as we have a really exciting panel coming up on vaccine manufacturing.
Thank you.
From genomic surveillance, we're shifting our conversation to a similarly important and quite a hot topic of discussion: building the African continent's vaccine manufacturing capacity. The African continent imports 99% of the vaccines used by its population, and the COVID-19 pandemic has shown how unsustainable that is and how it needs to change. I'm joined today by a distinguished list of speakers who are among those working on the front lines of this effort. We have with us Petro Terblanche, Managing Director of Afrigen Biologics, Simon Aguale, Founder and CEO of Innovative Biotech and Director of the African Vaccine Manufacturing Initiative, Charles Gore, Executive Director of the Medicines Patent Pool, and Frederick Christensen, Deputy CEO of CEPI, the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations. Before we start, I just want to let you all know that we do have a live illustration for this panel, and we'll be showing you the final visual at the end of today's discussion. Petro, you are recently in the news, and for great reason. Last month, Afrigen Biologics hit a milestone by being able to successfully replicate Moderna's mRNA-based COVID-19 vaccine using publicly available information. And that's just within a few months from when the mRNA vaccine technology transfer hub was set up last year. Can you talk about how much partnerships played a role in reaching this milestone and what challenges lie ahead to getting this vaccine approved and used across the continent and beyond?
Jenny, thank you. Partnerships were absolutely essential. And these are partnerships which is not only in technological or research space, but partnerships to enable funding, partnerships that will enable the creation of a world-class facility, and partnerships to guide us through a complex process of making a vaccine in a setting where an mRNA vaccine was never produced. So the first partnership that I'd like to mention is in the research space. The partnership with University of the Witwatersrand and the African team, combining knowledge base that exists with knowledge that we found in the public domain, reading, listening, attending webinars. If you combine that public knowledge with knowledge of science and vaccines, although not mRNA, that combination made it possible for a team to forward innovate, starting with the sequence and forward innovate and make the drug product and the drug substance at lab scale. The other partnerships, Charles is on this call, Charles Gore from the Medicines Patent Pool. Absolute amazing partnerships, bringing in Team Europe, South African government, Medicines Patent Pool, WHO, to support us to not only build the right facility, but also to ensure that we meet the milestones of taking a first vaccine to the market from an Africa-based settings. The other very important partnership that I do want to mention is also researchers all over the world. We are working with technical support from all over the globe, giving input and guiding us in reaching this very important goal to build capacity and capabilities for low and middle income countries to be able to produce our own vaccines. And mRNA is a platform that WHO very strategically chose to put within this hub. Where are we going? What are the next steps? We're at laboratory scale now. And with again, the partnership of PATH, the PATH group working with us, and technical support from over the world to scale, to produce scalable material, to ensure that by June this year, we have a facility that is regulatory fit for purpose and licensed to be able to produce vaccines for humans. And by November, to be ready to take a vaccine that is scaled and produced under good manufacturing practices into clinical trials. So the steps for us is to complete the process of designing, developing and producing a vaccine from a sequence right through to a final product that's fit for human use. Is a phenomenal task and a phenomenal opportunity that's given to people, scientists on the African continent. And that would have been impossible without partnership. Thank you.
Any challenges that you anticipate that lies ahead as you get this vaccine approved, and used by Africans and outside Africa?
So the immediate challenges are there is still some technological challenges for the team, but again, through partnerships, we will overcome that. I think the challenges in the broader ecosystem is to ensure that the vaccines are taken up into the market, that the spokes of that is part of this network of production and innovation is able to absorb the technology to produce GMP commercial batches, and that these products then has a full uptake into the communities and the populations where it is most needed and aimed to go. And that requires an ecosystem that can, with cold chain, necessary cold chain requirements, but an ecosystem that can take these vaccines the last mile. We've spent so much time on the technological innovations and the production of vaccines. But what really matters is that last mile, to get this into people. And again, that will require significant collaboration. It might require some policy changes, and it will certainly require a fantastic team effort on the African continent to take at least the first vaccines produced here to the people of Africa.
Well, the hub, was able to replicate Moderna's mRNA vaccine, but without Moderna's participation. I want to turn to Charles and just ask, what sort of challenges does it present that the originator company is not involved? And do you have concerns about obtaining a voluntary license from the company down the road?
Thank you for the question, Jenny. I think that it obviously makes it a little more difficult not to have input from the originator company. But although this is more a question for Petro, but I think inevitably there'll be a bit of trial and error that could be smoothed out with input from Moderna in this case. But turning to the intellectual property question, I think we need to be clear that Afrigen are doing two things. And again, I feel embarrassed talking about this when Petro is actually here. But Afrigen are doing two things. They're doing a proof of concept, which is replicating the Moderna vaccine to show that this is possible. And the idea is that if you do that, you know that the Moderna vaccine works. So if there's a problem with it, it's something that the Afrigen team are doing not right. If we went straight, or if Afrigen went straight to a brand new vaccine, then it would be difficult to tell whether there's something about the brand new vaccine that doesn't work, or whether it's the Afrigen team who not got something quite right. So simultaneously with doing this as a proof of concept, and of course under South African law, intellectual property law, it's fine. You do not in any way breach patents by using a patented invention for research purposes. So there's no issue there. So at the same time, Afrigen is working on a second generation vaccine that is what ultimately will go to market, using technologies that hopefully will be more suitable for vaccines for low and middle income countries. For example, using less or different raw materials, because there is the potential for raw material shortage. Being able to produce at lower cost, very important. If you look at the prices of these vaccines in the $10 to $20 range, if you look at some other vaccines that are routinely used, like that for hepatitis B, it's sort of 20 cents or less. So it's a big gap in the sort of differential pricing of different vaccines. Of course, the Hep B vaccine is not an mRNA vaccine. Nonetheless, to make this really affordable, we need to get the price down. And then finally, thermostability. Requiring ultra cold chain that these vaccines do at the moment is far from ideal from an African context. So this new vaccine, second generation, the idea will be that it will have freedom to operate. It won't be bound by any patents. And so the issue should not arise.
So just to clarify, because there's been a report that says the hub is in talks with Moderna to obtain such a license, even if that doesn't push through, it shouldn't be a big issue.
That's right. We have discussed with Moderna, and we will undoubtedly continue to discuss. But in some respects, this is a better way to go. It's a longer way to go, but in my view, it's a better way to go. If Moderna had come to us right at the beginning and said, here is our vaccine, here's how to make it, Afrigen would know how to make Moderna's COVID-19 vaccine. Fantastic. However, not necessarily hugely helpful for the future in how to use the mRNA platform, for example, to make an HIV vaccine or to make a TB vaccine, something that will ensure that this is a sustainable program. And furthermore, also to be ready for the next pandemic. So We're perhaps losing a bit of time up front, but potentially gaining a lot of experience that will be really useful further downstream. And Petra, I don't know if you want to comment on that, but that's certainly my feeling about it.
Well, partnerships, Professor Petra, would you like to add something?
Yes, if I may, in the early days, 8 months ago, we were geared to get a turnkey technology transfer. Today, we are grateful in many ways that we didn't get it, because this allowed the scientists to create, to innovate, and to create the basic building blocks for us to be able to also develop other vaccines. A turnkey tech transfer is a box. We're now not in a box. So it is certainly a blessing in disguise that we didn't get the tech transfer.
Well, partnerships have been key to setting up the hub. But similar partnerships are happening, between companies, between organizations in the African continent. And innovative biotech is building the first vaccine manufacturing facility in Nigeria to hopefully produce a COVID-19 vaccine and later on move to producing vaccines for other diseases. Simon, can you talk about the technology you're using to develop a COVID vaccine, and what role will partnerships play to accelerate the establishment of this facility?
Well, thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk about the work that we have been doing over the years to set up vaccine manufacturing capability in Nigeria. Our platform is the virus-like particle, the VLPs, which are molecules that resemble the viruses, but are non-infectious because they contain no viral genetic material. And they spontaneously assemble from viral structure proteins, and they can be produced in multiple cell culture systems, including bacteria, mammalian cell lines, insects, yeast, and so on. So there are so many advantages using the VLP technology platform, and that was why we chose that to be our platform for advancing COVID-19. But before COVID-19, we used this platform to make other vaccines, HIV, and Ebola. But when COVID came, we decided to use the same platform to make COVID vaccine and develop the process so that we can use that process to design and build the vaccine manufacturing capability. Now, the advantages of VLP is that, as we all know, they present to the immune system a multi-antigenic particle that are analogous in size and morphology to the native variant. As you know, most of the vaccines that are currently in use today use the spike protein of the virus from the U1 strain. But the VLP allows you to incorporate, express other proteins of interest, like the matrix, the nucleoprotein, and then the envelope. So we are not only expressing the spike, we're also expressing the other proteins of interest, which have been shown to be pretty more conserved across the coronaviruses than using the spike protein alone. Now, when it comes to safety, I mean, we know certainly because they do not contain the genetic material, they are safe. And again, unlike the inactivated viruses that are currently in use today, like the Chinese, some Indian vaccines, VLPs do not require chemical inactivation. So you have the opportunity to better preserve the native antigenic structures.
But at what stage are you in the clinical trials at the moment?
Yes, where we are today, is we've done preclinical testing. We use the beta, the delta variant, and that's another advantage of the VLP, that you can create a multivalent composition. So we have the beta, the delta, and then we are now incorporating the Omicron, so we can make it a trivalent vaccine. So We were in South Africa. The phase 1, phase 2 trials will be conducted in South Africa. But we have defined the process, which we're partnering with Merck KGEA and with their subsidiary here in the US, Minipos Sigma, defined the process for the VLP manufacturing, and that process has been sent to Merck, and Merck has designed the facility. So we're in the process of raising the funds now to build a modular facility out of Europe that we can send to Nigeria and do end-to-end. That is developing the drug substance and then doing the fill finish operations. Again, finally, I would like to state that, as you know, most of the initiatives today in Africa are centered on fill finish operations. So for sustainability, we must start focusing on upstream drug substance. If not, at the end of the day, we'll have empty fill finish facilities throughout the continent without the drug substance to fill. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. I've heard from our panelists that the term sustainability, and I want to go to Frederick, because one of CEPI's goals is really to build vaccine manufacturing capacity in low and middle income countries. What is CEPI doing to move into that direction in the African continent? And what is the thinking within CEPI about ensuring the long-term financial sustainability of these new facilities?
Yeah, thank you, Jenny. And so the framing here is that, CEPI, since its inception 5 years ago, following the Ebola outbreak, have had a particular focus on, the epidemic challenges facing Africa, and been working with African partners to develop vaccines for the diseases that are challenging. And so now, as part of the second 5-year strategy that we've launched, we, having learned from the COVID-19 pandemic, that the way the vaccine ecosystem is structured is clearly very challenging, and there's this, obvious need for greater local manufacturing capacity. We have ramped up our focus on manufacturing and supporting manufacturing capacities as well, because we need this type of globally distributed system, not only to increase access to doses in key regions, but also speed up response, putting manufacturing closer to the source of outbreaks. So practically, we've done 3 main things. One is to go into partnerships with key African global health initiatives. And we have an MOU with the African Union through the Africa Center for Disease Control, supporting the PABM initiative, and working on capacity building, training local experts, etc. We also just recently partnered with the Institut Pasteur in Senegal to advance a regional manufacturing hub, building on a project that we had already been supporting for a while, called the MedInstill project. So this we'll support IPD both with expertise and technical support, but also use this novel technology of using plastic pouches or vaccine bags to really accelerate and scale up vaccine both capabilities and delivery. And the third partnership is with the IFC, where we are supporting them as a technical advisor. The second area is really we did a manufacturing survey globally, also one in Africa, and we're working with African partners like the PABM to highlight where and support the thinking of how to develop production capabilities and capacities. And then the third area is to support innovations. We talked about the next generation of COVID-19 vaccines coming along. We are launched a call for more thermostable vaccines, as we just discussed. So we will be supporting projects in that area. And for all of this, we're building up our own vaccine manufacturing supply team internally. And interesting, we just launched a call to also identify more vaccine developers and manufacturing facilities on the continent to be able to support developing a manufacturing network.
And just a quick one, do you also see these facilities being able to manufacture some of the priority diseases of CEPI, Lassa fever, Nipah?
No, indeed. I think to your point on sustainability, clearly these facilities, and I think Simon addressed that as well, need to have important work to do in the non-pandemic or inter-epidemic periods and being kept warm, if I can call it that. So producing, either vaccines for, like as you say, Lassa fever, or even other diseases like yellow fever, and being ready to pivot when needed is an important part of this, because and the other part of sustainability that I think we potentially could support is just doing really innovative work, finding new ways of having smaller footprint, cheaper, more efficient production facilities, hopefully really leapfrog development, and that is very much what CEPI can support going forward, and would be part of what these facilities would need.
Thank you so much, Frederick. I know that there's a lot of interest on this topic and lots of questions too, but let me open up this discussion more by inviting Jamie Nishi, Executive Director of the Global Health Technologies Coalition, to ask a question.
Great. Thanks, Jenny. And thank you, colleagues, for everything you're doing to advance the manufacturing ecosystem for vaccines. I actually have two different questions. Maybe just by background, the Global Health Technologies Coalition is a group of over 40 nonprofit organizations, academic institutions, and aligned businesses advancing research and development of drugs, vaccines, and diagnostics to bring healthier lives to all people. And often we're focused on poverty-related neglected diseases where commercial markets fail. In COVID, with the pandemic, obviously there's a huge commercial market, but we think a lot about how do we get products to that last mile, as Petro was talking about earlier. How do we make sure that these products are optimized? And so I have a question about manufacturing, and I have a question about research. Maybe for Dr. Simon and Dr. Petro, as you look at the investments in manufacturing and making sure that we're not building an Olympic stadium that gets used once, you've talked a little bit about how these increased and new capacities may be leveraged beyond COVID, which is really exciting to hear, hopefully for HIV, TB, malaria, and antimicrobial resistance research. But then how are we also making sure we're optimizing manufacturing in the broader R&D ecosystem? Would love to hear from you sort of what other investments are being made alongside the manufacturing capacity to make end-to-end product development a success. Can you speak about the environment for clinical trials, the environment for regulatory, especially as we're watching the ratification of the African Medicines Agency? So that's my manufacturing question. And then for Frederick and Charles on the research and development to get to that manufacturing, you've both talked a little bit about thermostability as a characteristic of vaccines that we need now and in the future. I'm just curious how your organizations are thinking about advancing global conversations on target product profiles or target product characteristics to think about how do we not just have a safe and effective vaccine, but how do we think about vaccines in the future that really are optimized, including for low resource settings and to reach that last mile.
Thank you so much, Jamie. Maybe Petro, would you like to start?
Jamie, thank you. A very important question. How do we ensure that we build manufacturing capacity that is sustainable? We've had very interesting debates around some of the values of an RNA platform. Simon has talked about VLP is an incredibly important platform. But some of the value of this kind of platform, which we now are analyzing and getting to understand better, is that there is a paradigm shift around economies of scale. We don't believe that we need 4 or 5 billion dose facilities to be built. We believe there's a different unit of economics, which means that we could build 7 or 8 smaller, bankable, sustainable facilities on the continent to produce the 1.3 or 1.4 billion doses that we may need for beyond COVID. The other way to sustain a manufacturing sector is to build an ecosystem around it. A pipeline of products that will move through to manufacturing products which are addressing a need, a market need, or a human health need, and that has long-term sustainability. So one of the important things of the mRNA hub is that what we're building is capacity for clinical trial manufacturing. There is no facility on the African continent that is licensed to produce clinical trial material. The facility here at the hub is designed to do exactly that. So apart from design and development and production, we have the ability to produce clinical trial material. The ecosystem around regulatory, as you know, Africa is moving very fast to have quite a number of our regulatory authority systems reaching ML3. We have 2 at the moment, and we believe that we will have 4 or 5 in the short term. That is essential to get a sustainable manufacturing for vaccines. The other important component is clinical trials. South Africa has a fantastic clinical trial infrastructure. We know that not only for TB and HIV, but particularly also for COVID. We need to ensure that our clinical trial sites and our clinical trial capabilities on the continent is aligned with the products. PAVM has identified 22 vaccines that needs to be localized in terms of production. We need to ensure that we align the clinical trial development, the manufacturing capacity, and the market need to be able to ensure that we have sustainability.
Thank you, Petro. Maybe Simon, you want to add briefly?
Well, I mean, like I said before, like Petro said, we need to really invest in R&D. The number one thing is that there's some of the diseases that plague us are not the diseases that plague the West. So we have to have the capacity to make vaccines and then move them through the cycle, preclinical and clinical trials. And like she said, you need a facility that can make clinical trial material that you can use. And this is one of the issues and problems that we're having. So having the whole cycle, R&D, drug substance, and then finish is probably the only way that we can sustain this. So we need to increase that drug substance manufacturing capability. And as you know, almost 80% of what we have today are focusing, even the announcement that we have had recently, focus on finish operations. Mm-hmm. And we can't continue to focus on that. We need to think about how we can make vaccines against the disease that plague us, and then think about making the drug substance, like Petro said, and then eventually the finish. So that is the focus of what we're doing, and we saw that as a gap, and then we are coming in to see how we can close the gap.
On the question on having fit for purposes or low resource settings, I know Frederick talked about, the recent call for investments for heat stabilized, but do you want to add something there, Frederick?
Sorry, just to say that, I think this is where, our collaboration with the World Health Organization is absolutely essential. So when we launched our first calls around Middle Eastern respiratory syndrome, Lassa fever, and Nipah, WHO was very effective in establishing the TPPs. And as you say, now we're supporting this calls for supporting projects to really make vaccines more thermostable.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for this very insightful discussion. And we at DAVEX will continue to report on progress on these efforts in the African continent. So please sign up to our Global Health newsletter checkup. And here's a quick look at the highlights from the discussion.
Hi, I'm Raj Kumar, President and Editor-in-Chief of DevX, and I'm delighted to welcome to the virtual stage here at Prescription for Progress, Leon Wang. Leon, great to have you here. Leon is the Executive Vice President at Astrazeneca, responsible for what they call the international region, which is really most of the world. It's the countries that we at Prescription for Progress at DevX are very interested in. It's Latin America, it's Africa, it's Asia Pacific, and it's China. Where you are based, Leon, where Astrazeneca is the largest pharmaceutical company in the market. You've got a big role there and in these countries and regions that we described. So I want to just begin, given this moment we're in COVID, to ask how you think the emerging markets, the developing country health systems are faring. How are they doing at this point? We talk a lot about health systems and keeping them strong and resilient. We've had a huge shock with COVID. How do you think they've held up under these circumstances?
Yeah, so across the emerging market, usually the healthcare system is underdeveloped and under-resourced. So we have less primary care physician in the village, in the town, to help the patients in the first line. So usually lots of patients for very simple disease, pediatric problem, and even acute disease, they needed to travel 5-6 hours by train, by bus to the big city and then line up for 5-6 hours again, and only asking for 5 minutes from a very, very busy doctor to get their problem treated and go back home. So you can imagine it's a very less efficient, no appointment driven. And so during the COVID-19, every government is trying their best to avoid the pandemic being spreading. So across infection within the hospital will be a huge problem. And so everyone is trying to manage the number of people within the hospital. So lots of people needed to wait even longer. And lots of disease are not managed properly. And they're not even able to get into the hospital without the virus check and also without a fever report. So lots of patients have a fever, but they needed to wait for 3-4 hours for the test result before they can even see a doctor. I think more patients died of other disease, chronic disease, acute disease, heart attack, stroke, cancer, than the pandemic itself. So I think it is a real area to really study, to really build I think every government is trying their best now to build a good village clinic, a very good township kind of primary care clinic to manage the situation. So in order to avoid people traveling too much, and really protect the precious resource in the big hospital to handle those acute situation and hospitalization in the big city, big hospital. So I think the emerging market have lots of similarity in that respect. So really the headache is how you can take care of chronic disease, acute disease, deadly disease, critical disease during the background of this pandemic.
Yeah, it's interesting because you're reminding me of the Ebola crisis in West Africa, now going back half a decade or so. And I believe in that case, more people died of malaria than of Ebola itself. And so you're right, the after effects, especially where health systems are weak, are big. And it's interesting in a moment when we're thinking of the most, biggest advances in vaccine technology, for example, mRNA, you're talking about primary health as a core driver of healthcare, which it is. I wonder, this is a conference where we think about innovation and technology, and we talk a lot about this pandemic accelerating innovation. What are some of these innovations that you see, or do you see this opportunity because of the pandemic that we've accelerated innovation in the healthcare space in the countries where you work?
Yeah, I think the first thing, technology really can help in all dimensions. And we realize when the disease become new norm, and all the doctors are really willing to go online instead of traveling to get education. So I think lots of webcasting, digital forum, and they are asking questions, learning big congress updates, disease updates from online rather than face-to-face communication. So I think this is, to be honest, is an advance against the pre-pandemic. So and the second thing, because a lot of digital tools are supporting this direction. And second thing is, in order to avoid repeat prescription patients within the hospital, so online pharmacy, online hospital consultation. So for those patients, simply come over to see the doctor, say hello, and I need a refill. So they don't need to line up in the hospital clinic. They just simply get online and maybe talk to your doctor for several seconds, right? So then to get your prescription refilled. So I think this reduced half of the population lining up in the queue. So I think the online pharmacy and the online consultation is really advancing rapidly in almost every country I can see. And in some countries, it's not even online; it's a telemarketing, right? So it's a phone call that you can get your prescription delivered to your home, right? So I think this is also another dimension. And thirdly, I think during the pandemic, when we are screening patients with a CT scan, for example, so we realized that you can not only using CT scan to scan lung cancer, but maybe you can also identify heart failure patients, and ultimately in the future you can also identify COPD patients. So I think lots of AI technology can actually be applied to help the patients in the clinic, in the rural area, in the private primary care doctor place, to help them to screen the patients. So mobile CT scan bus are driving through the countryside. So we used to have a quite ambitious plan. So that having a CT scan bus with AI technology and 5G transmission of data. So then every week they travel to 1 or 2 villages, right? So to help the patient to screen lung cancer. So later future we will add heart failure, and in the future we'll add COPD to increase the efficiency of the CT scan. So making sure that these valuable resources can be properly used and maximize the efficiency.
Yeah, it's interesting because all three of your examples really do point to the need for efficiency in settings where there's few resources. You're talking about the efficiency of the patient's time. They don't have time to line up for hours at a hospital for a prescription. They need to work to feed their family. The lack of medical resources, of doctors, you need to preserve their time as well, right? And that's where being able to online consult is so valuable. And then talking about CT scans and getting the most out of limited medical equipment. Let me just, in our remaining time, we just have moments left, Leon. Maybe I can ask you what the learning has been for you personally as you think of the countries where you're working and AstraZeneca is working. Is there something you think you will be doing differently and AstraZeneca will be doing differently in these markets now that you've come through this experience of the pandemic, which is obviously still going on around the world, but I wonder what lessons there are for you personally.
If I had a chance to go back 3 years, right? So if I know the pandemic is going to come, so I think we needed to make organization more digital. So usually pharmaceutical companies are more classical, more research, innovation driven. But this innovation are not the digital innovation. So now innovation, when we talk about innovation, it should mean including digital innovation. And as a pharma company, I think we also needed to work with Amazon, Google, and in China is Ali, Tencent. So these digital giant, right? So online giant and the e-commerce giant. So working closely with these internet companies to really improve the experience of transactions.
It's a fascinating set of lessons, Leon, and very much aligned with the ethos of this event, where we think about innovation and the way you scale it is through partnership. And that's exactly why we bring together this diverse group of technology leaders and healthcare leaders. It's been fascinating to listen to you. And I just want to thank you for taking the time and for all the good work you and your colleagues at AstraZeneca are doing. Leon Wang, Executive Vice President International at AstraZeneca. Thanks for being here at Prescription for Progress.
Thank you, Raj.
We've all experienced ways the COVID-19 pandemic has fast-tracked digital health innovation. But as we all know, a number of challenges stand in the way of digital health realizing its full potential in low and middle income countries, whether it's a lack of digital infrastructure or funding that is attached to health verticals or disease-specific initiatives. Today, I'm joined by several experts who will speak to the partnerships that have helped them take digital health solutions to scale. Benjamin Fells is the founder and CEO of MacroEyes, a technology company with products that precision match supply to future demand, increasing access and cutting waste. Safa Naragi is Vice President of Delivery at Zenesis, which builds data integration software that helps governments view and analyze all of their data in one place. Dr. Ernest Darko is founding partner and co-founder of Broadreach Group, which partners with payers, providers, and national health authorities on healthcare delivery with an AI-powered platform that provides predictive and prescriptive decision support. And Dr. Julian Atim is program lead for primary healthcare at Global Health Labs, which is a nonprofit organization created in 2020 by Gates Ventures, the private office of Bill Gates, in support of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation's priorities. We also have an illustrator joining us, and I'm really excited to see how the ideas from today's conversation fill that blank canvas. So we'll take a look at that a bit later today toward the conclusion of our conversation. Before I dive into questions for our speakers, I do want to note that this session is live, and we'd love to see audience questions in the chat. It's been really fun seeing who all is joining us from around the world. And I know many of you are either working directly on digital health solutions or care a lot about the future of digital health and seeing it scale. So please keep those questions coming in the chat, and we'll get to as many as we can. So first, a question for Benjamin, for Safa, for Ernest. I've shared a little bit about what each of your organizations do, but I would love for you to narrow in on what about your approach has made your model successful. And I have a hunch it's part of why each of you were selected for Prescription for Progress, that this approach has something to do with partnership. So maybe we'll start with Benjamin.
Thank you, Catherine. So I'd like to start by talking about David Sengei. And our work with the government of Sierra Leone began with a cold email to Dr. Sengei. He wrote back within the hour. Dr. Sengei is a government minister with multiple key portfolios. His degree of commitment to structural innovation is truly remarkable. He's also a musician, an amazing human being. The DSTI, and this is one of the institutions that he leads, and the Ministry of Health and Sanitation is remarkably engaged in our work. And I think about this as just showing up with a focus and a determination. The focus of our work with Sierra Leone is layering intelligence into existing infrastructure. And Mikala Maki, who's the director of DSTI, I think put it quite well. Our technology allows the health system to pull all of the ends together, in her words. And our product has a distinct point of view. It's not meant to be neutral. Crucial systems need to be predictive, must be capable of anticipating where demand will shift, where's there risk, where's there opportunity to care for more of those in need. Where does supply need to go? Organizations don't need more software, they need system intelligence. And I'd like to just conclude here with this, again, to return to Dr. Sengei and use his PhD thesis as a metaphor for technology at its best. So when he was at MIT, he developed a way to improve prosthetic limbs. A prosthetic is a technology that enables the whole body to be more productive, do what it could not do before. And it's not just the limb that is replaced, it's really, again, enabling the whole of body. All technology must unlock all of system productivity, all of system ambition. So perhaps we can look at this notion of a way of improving prosthetic limbs as a metaphor for how we might introduce technology into complex systems. So I'll pause there.
Thanks, Benjamin. I love that prosthetic limbs metaphor and hadn't thought of that before. Great description of what sets MacroEyes apart in terms of your approach. Moving now to Safa, I've also gotten the chance to know Zenesis in my reporting over the years for DevEx. So I'm somewhat familiar with what makes your approach unique, but for those who are less familiar, can you tell us a little bit more about Zenesis and how you have managed to scale your work, and to what extent does partnerships play into that?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for that, Catherine. And first off, it's great to be part of this panel here with my colleagues, and really looking forward to the conversation today. I think when I think of this, a few points come to mind, and the first of these about our approach is realizing the importance of trust building in what we do, and ultimately the goal of achieving accessible and equitable healthcare. Silicon Valley, as many of us know, is defined by this engineering mindset that's we tend to think of or look at the world's problems as engineering problems, really. And of course, we're part of that ecosystem, and we believe that talented engineers can do a lot to make the world a better place. But we also different from that ecosystem in that we actually don't believe that technology is enough. Without trust, we believe you really can't get anything done, no matter how good your technology is. Secondly, I think I'll speak to the ethos of moving quickly. So we believe that too many things move too slowly in public health. And in global health more broadly, we see the consequences of this all over the world. We think that healthcare is always urgent from the viewpoint of the people who need it. And part of what has made our approach successful in our work is really that we help countries move fast, and I mean very fast, towards achieving the goals that they need to achieve. Finally, and probably one of the more interesting points, is our approach towards user-driven product development. We've had to figure out non-traditional ways to ensure that our clients' needs drive our product development. This is because traditional methods, such as surveys or interviews, are really difficult to implement in the places that we work. So as a result, we've dedicated on-the-ground staff to user engagement, which means that we're consistently listening and appreciating our users' needs and wants. By creating a strong connection between our user engagement teams and our engineering teams, we've created innovation flows in both directions. So this, I'd say, iterative and two-way approach helps the platform be more accessible, more useful, and really scalable for the people who drive health outcomes. I think I can talk about all of these topics for hours, so I'll just end off there and would be more than happy to jump into any of these points maybe later on in the conversation.
Thank you so much, Safa. And yeah, for those of you joining us on Zoom, I've asked colleagues of each of our speakers to join us in the chat if possible, so that they can engage further. So if you have questions for the Zenesis team, feel free to jump into the chat. You mentioned trust, and I wanted to really emphasize that this session is part of one of our 4 tracks of programming at Prescription for Progress, and this track being on digital health tools, access, scale, and trust. And your point, without trust, you can't get anything done, no matter how good your technology is. I see that theme over and over in my reporting, and I'm so glad to emphasize it in this session. So thank you. I want to bring Ernest into this conversation. So Ernest, again, I provided a very brief preview of what Broadreach Group does, but can you tell us a little bit more about your approach and how partnerships are central to your model?
Thank you so much for having me in this conversation. I think there's really 3 things that have made our approach unique. The first is we have deep healthcare domain expertise. And this is what I mean by this is we actually did not start out as a technology company. We started out as a health systems implementation company doing large-scale implementation of health programs and large-scale fixing of healthcare systems. And then we backed into the technology from, let's say, year 2014, about the time when some of the more interesting 4th Industrial Revolution modalities started to surface. So we have a really deep, we essentially are the client who we have developed the technology for. And we continue to do that work till this day. So we can put ourselves in the shoes of a minister of health, in the shoes of a provincial health manager, in the shoes of a nurse who's in charge of a small clinic on a Monday morning and needs to move a queue of 100 people through before noon. So we, therefore, this fly on the wall sort of perspective allows us then to really figure out where the gaps are and how you can really be helpful in this situation, as opposed to burdening it with further requirements, which they actually can't absorb. The second thing really is, I think we imagined certain core fundamental obstacles very, very differently in terms of coming up with solutions for them. So the issue of interoperability or the data's on paper, etc. We sort of had to hack this, and we sort of figured out a very, very simple way to hack that by focusing on what are you actually trying, what does this person need to do their job better, as opposed to what data do they need, right? And nobody needs more data, as the earlier speaker said. You need more answers, you need more intelligence, you need to know what to do next. So really by focusing on this next best action and making sure that all our recommendations are anchored in that first, and then we back into the data required, I think has been helpful. And then finally, I'd say we made a lot of mistakes. And I always say, I think we've made every mistake in the book. And I believe if you haven't made those mistakes in the book, you actually can be quite dangerous. in terms of not knowing what you're doing when you say you can implement some of these big things. So we've learned the hard way everything that goes into implementing and scaling up and rolling out these types of initiatives properly, and learned it from the point of view of mistakes and a lot of humility. So I think those three factors really have made us quite unique and have created good resonance for our offerings.
That's great. Thank you, Ernest. And when you mention we essentially are the client we have developed the technology for, I love that. And I think a lot of members of our audience are thinking about how they can move toward that mode of operating, which definitely sets you up for more success. I want to go to Julian now, and I see some questions coming into the chat, so that's great. Keep them coming. But first, to just get to better know each of our panelists. Julian, just for a bit of further context for those who are less familiar, 2020 saw the creation of Global Health Labs, and previously this work was housed within Intellectual Ventures, where you were the Global Health lead. So I wonder, beyond this reorganization, what has it meant in terms of an evolving approach at Global Health Labs to ensuring that innovations in the lab have real-world impact?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for the opportunity to clarify. So in terms of GHL Labs, after the transition, we got more committed to health equity, in the sense that if you look at our mission, it's to help develop innovative technologies that improve healthcare access in the most underserved communities. And these are mostly in low and middle income countries. We have a multidisciplinary team of about 100 employees, and we are based in Seattle. And we recently refined our strategy, which is focused on development of technologies for MNCH diagnostics and generally primary health care. While at the transition, I would say many of the 100 that I mentioned, some of them transitioned from the older entity. Right now, we are a nonprofit that is independent, and our work is mostly focused in driving innovation to improve access to healthcare in the settings that we target. And again, we also are aware that these settings have variation in terms of their maturity to provide healthcare and quality of healthcare. So we are grounded using the 3 I's, which involves technology development that looks at how do you integrate existing technologies to make them function, their functionalities optimized, and then how do you improve existing ones to improve their performance. And then the last one is innovation, where you kind of stretch out to develop technologies that have actually never been seen, or building off existing to improve them. And we believe that digital health is a very critical aspect of these 3 I's. So just use an example. For example, if you look at technologies like rapid diagnostic tests that most people who work in development are aware of, these technologies can be improved by integrating, say, by digital solutions that enable easier readership of the results. And then further, it can be improved also, say, ultrasound that was mentioned, ultrasound aided with AI can enable more capabilities of the device that was underutilized because of either low skill or access issues. And then when you look at innovation, some of these technologies are available but very expensive. But breaking through the ceiling and trying to go deep and innovate can bring about more affordable technologies that leverage some of the science that has been groundbreaking out there. So with that, I'll pause there.
Thanks, Julian. I want to ask each of you something, and I was struck by in Benjamin's response about how MacroEye's, how its approach has really helped the organization scale and its technology scale. He started with a story about David Sengei. And so I want to hear from each of you a story about partnership. And I'll actually start with you, Julian, if that's all right. So you mentioned the 3 I's, you mentioned a couple examples in terms of digital health and applying the 3 I's to digital health. But can you just tell us a story about partnership playing a meaningful role in addressing what you mentioned is increasingly front and center for Global Health Labs, access to healthcare and health equity? Just tell us a story about how that's played out.
In terms of access and equity, the thing that can quickly come to mind is digital device connectivity. And I would say if you look at most of the technologies we do definitely are for healthcare, and it's a balance between those that are directly used for care. And the one that I'm talking about is to enable us optimize available equipment to keep them functional and stretch their life of functionality to what is expected. And this is because if you think about some of the equipment, we've heard about graveyards of equipment. So having the connectivity between equipment and monitoring them in a sense that you provide the managers of the equipment information that guides them on things like maintenance, guides them on things like planning and reallocation of technologies where they're used within the same geography, where they're underutilized to where they're most utilized. To do this, we're working closely with CPHD in Kenya and NextLive that has expertise in that area of monitoring, using AI and digital solutions to monitor equipment and other health platforms. And for this, we've been able to work closely on the ground with providers who, because of the connection with a partner that is on the ground, it has been very, I would say, helpful to meet the actual needs of the target users, as well as working closely with the Ministry of Health to enable that device be designed for the actual needs of the patients, the providers, as well as the decision makers who are very critical for the success of this tool. And this is just an example. We work with a wide range of partners from academia and some of the tech giants as well, like Google, for some of our AI work in ultrasound. And we see a lot of leverage happening with working with partners because we're able to leverage different expertise for a common goal and also be able to think about scale in mind as we develop these technologies, because doing that at the beginning and making sure we have the right partners enables us to achieve our goal and design a technology that will actually be used and will have the potential for scale in some of the target areas that we work in.
Thank you, Julian. And hearing from some of our other panelists in terms of stories of partnership that have been really meaningful, perhaps turning points or learning moments, let's bring Ernest into this. Can you share an example from Broadreach?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'd say our sort of cosmic soulmate innovation partner is the Department of Health of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. We've had a very long ongoing relationship with them since 2004, when we're introduced to them to be their technical assistance partners. This is long before we're talking about tech or tech solutions or doing anything. And they've always shown this remarkable ability and sort of propensity to innovate and be innovative. So back in the day, for example, they were the first province we worked together to introduce the first cervical cancer vaccine for children in the country, and that ultimately got scaled up to become a national program. They created a really innovative management model that brought together all the different spheres of government to provide one point of service for delivery at the community level, at the ward level. And that was written up as a global best practice by UNAIDS. And so we have a history of sort of innovating together. And in essence, that has allowed us to take bigger and bigger risks together. And that the trust has meant that now we kind of don't need to pilot things. Even, so when we came in 2014 and said, look, we want to use AI and machine learning and big data, to help improve how your HIV program, they were like, we're in, right? And we co-developed the version 1 with them and scaled it up to the entire province. And so they've been able to do kind of remarkable things, because of the fact that they scaled up. And one of my biggest sort of pet peeves about global health at the moment is things that don't scale up, because that's millions wasted, where if it's not going to scale up, you may as well not do it, So they really have developed the DNA, the genotype and the phenotype that is innovative, that allows them to take new ideas and to run with them and scale, which is kind of atypical for a typical public sector program. So it's been a really, really fruitful relationship, I think, on both sides. And we look forward to doing more good things with them in the future.
Thank you, Ernest. I think a lot of people joining us for Prescription for Progress share that pet peeve, and it's part of why we're having this conversation. Absolutely. Safa, what about you? What's a story from Zenesis's work in terms of partnership adding value?
Yeah, sure. When I think about partnerships, one that really sticks out for me is our strategic partnership with the Global Fund that we formed in 2018, focused on HIV, TB, and malaria. And this partnership really aimed to expand the access of big data and artificial intelligence to Global Fund supported countries. Now, what makes this partnership truly special for us is that, as you know, or as you will know, South Africa has the largest number of people living with HIV, and that was one of the first countries to benefit from this partnership. And contextualizing this problem of HIV in South Africa, turning the tide on the epidemic, it depends on providing a comprehensive set of services to HIV/AIDS key populations, and these are populations that are at a high risk of contracting HIV, and these include the population of sex workers. But reaching these populations is really no easy task. And to do this, we partnered with NECOSA, an organization which is a principal recipient of the Global Fund, whose goal is to collaborate with 2,500 network partners to fight HIV/AIDS and TB in Southern Africa. And as we started working with NECOSA, we quickly realized that the challenges that they faced in terms of providing a robust continuum of care to sex workers were immense. And one of the main factors here was that due to institutional distrust and fear of prosecution, sex workers who need HIV counseling or treatment falsify their identities just to protect their privacy. So this often means that on every encounter between a sex worker and a community health worker, the sex worker may provide a different name or other identifying information. To get closer to the ground truth of this problem, we deepened our partnerships and engagement and began working really with NECOSA's sub-implementers who provide HIV prevention and treatment services to sex workers throughout the country. And with all these partnerships in place, we helped NECOSA use the platform to automatically integrate, match, and merge sex worker profiles across all of these organizational databases. This produced the first integrated picture of a continuum of care for sex workers in South Africa, including a very clear picture of where people were falling through the cracks. And by this, I mean people who received positive tests, but were not on treatment and could not be identified because they'd given different identifying information. So the outcome of this work is that through this technology, these organizations can now accurately track the progress of sex workers through the continuum of care by mitigating the effects of data quality caused by this inherent mistrust in the ecosystem. This opens the door for community health centers to provide more tailored and individualized care to these patients. And it also allows at the same time that sex workers are able to retain a certain level of privacy and while still reducing the barriers to them receiving quality healthcare. So as I mentioned before, this is truly meaningful for us because not only have we collaborated to build trust between a network of organizations through transparent data sharing, but we've also been able to bridge a significant gap in existing within the ecosystem that really inhibits the progress of or the access to healthcare for sex workers. As a final point here, and just to close up, while technology has moved the dial for NECOSA and particularly the sex work program, this wasn't a problem that technology alone could solve. And I think the results that I've just spoken about are a great example how the power of partnerships can really enable technology to meet its full potential, in saving lives.
Thank you, Safa. And very quickly, because I want to bring in an audience perspective, Benjamin, you started us off with a great story, but is there another story that comes to mind, or perhaps it's that initial interaction with David Sengei in terms of partnership playing a meaningful role in MacroEye's work?
Yeah, there is another story. It's again set in Sierra Leone, and I think it's a story that's relevant for all of us in COVID times who spend too much time over Zoom. So about a year into our engagement with the government of Sierra Leone, colleagues both at DSTI and the Ministry of Health and Sanitation suggested that there would be several people essentially seconded to this engagement as AI experts. And the notion of the importance of people for deploying advanced technology, and this will sound naive and simple, is just people being in a room together is so important. There's a and I'm going to sort of link this back, I think, to all of us having lived through this period where we're always talking over Zoom. Ironically, many of the engagements that are really person to person are perhaps easier to do over Zoom, but engagements that involve technical problem solving are perhaps harder to do over Zoom. So you could say sort of work that involves computers and data and thinking through how a problem might be solved in a different way technically, there's even more of a need for a human connection. And this model that was taught to us by the government of Sierra Leone of saying, we are going to essentially deploy two people to sit inside of this deployment of technology, we're going to repeat that all across the world. It's invaluable. It's a way to turn our customer into an ambassador within that broader organization where they get to learn from our perspective of what machine learning is. And we get to use people who have a much deeper understanding of how our technology works and why to be in conversations that we cannot be a part of. So I guess just to summarize, I'll say something again. It sounds so obvious that for exceedingly technical problems, having people together is probably essential. It cannot be done solely over a computer screen.
That's a great point, and I think something a lot of people have been struggling with. I want to go ahead and introduce a perspective from our audience. Natasha Sunderjee is Global Health Lead at Accenture Development Partnerships. And Natasha, I'd love to hear quickly any reactions you have or a question for our panelists.
Thank you, Catherine. Given our time, I'll probably jump straight to my question. As you rightly pointed out at the beginning of the session, the use of digital platforms to address health challenges has seen exponential growth since the beginning of the pandemic. And leading platforms like those presented in today's discussion have been at the forefront of that growth. However, that growth has not been experienced equally across all segments of our global population. We continue to see large gaps in access based on age, gender, socioeconomic status, and beyond. So to our panelists, as we continue to push for growth of digital health solutions, how do we mitigate the risk of replicating the existing health inequities that we are seeing? What role do you see partnerships playing in addressing this challenge?
Yeah, I think I'll jump in here and maybe just tack on to my last response. I think a good example of this is what I mentioned about our partnership with NECOSA and ensuring that sex workers, an often marginalized population, receive the care that they need. Critical to addressing this challenge with NECOSA was the strength of our partnership with both NECOSA and the Global Fund. At the end of the day, we ourselves aren't health experts, and we rely on the decades and decades of insights that these organizations have to guide the way we address these inequalities. I'd like to say, just maybe to close off here, because I do want to be quick, is that we're lucky to have networks of supportive donors and partners who are truly invested in putting their time and resources forth and guiding us down this journey. And to put simply, that's been critical to our success in this regard.
Thanks, Safa. Julian, quickly, yes, please.
Yes, I'll quickly jump in and say that in our design, we use the approach that we are very aware of the differences in maturity of health systems and capabilities from those that are really underserved and working towards coverage to more advanced that need technologies that can improve their capabilities. So that enables us to design technologies to meet the specific needs of the different levels of health systems, to provide capabilities for the providers, as well as provide capabilities from the level of the decision makers who decide on what technologies should be allocated where. So giving them information that guides them in doing that has been very helpful through what we envision as the digital device connectivity of medical devices, but also in applying human-centered design approaches in designing technologies that meet the actual need of less advanced and more advanced. We feel much as there's need to improve coverage in, say, very underdeserved, there's also need to facilitate those that are already advanced to tap on some of the developments that are happening in technology. But we aim to balance our approach to make sure that there's equity across these different levels.
Thank you, Julian. I'm sorry, Benjamin and Ernest, that we've run out of time. I know you have thoughts to share on this. I do want to zoom in on the illustration for everyone to take a look at, which captures a lot of what we've covered. For the responses we couldn't get to in response to Natasha's fantastic question, as well as some of the questions that came up in the chat, I'm going to bring those to our breakout session later today and hope we have the opportunity to dig a little deeper into this important topic. Thank you so much to all of our panelists and to our audience for joining.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Kate Warren, Executive Vice President at DevX, and delighted to welcome to our virtual P4P stage, Laura Murray, who's Senior Scientist at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, to discuss how technology can help make advances in mental health. So Laura, thank you so much for joining us.
Wonderful to be here. Thank you.
Great. So, one of the many side effects of the COVID-19 pandemic has been the extreme mental health toll it has taken really on all aspects of society. I think you could say that the pandemic has really been a dual crisis, with mental health being the other side of that coin. Many mental health indicators around the world show sharp increases in depression, anxiety, suicidal ideation, particularly among youth and even healthcare providers as they are trying to care for others and themselves. And I think it's revealed just how inadequate our systems are for providing mental health support and services, particularly in lower and middle income countries. So Laura, from your perspective, in what ways has the COVID-19 pandemic uncovered the need for really reshaping mental health approaches, particularly in lower and middle income countries? And how can mental health care in low income settings be made more efficient, more effective? And what's the role of technology in all of that?
Well, you are so right, Kate, that COVID-19 certainly did shine a light on the high need for mental health services and really the lack of supply globally and domestically. I think in reality, we've known for a while that our mental health system in high income countries is pretty broken. And of course, in LMICs, often non-existent. I think COVID has highlighted three challenges that can really bring opportunities for innovation. Just to walk through those, the first one being ineffective care, the second one being an unsustainable approach, and then the third one being the lack of spending any real resources on mental health. So just to walk through those one by one and talk about those opportunities that we have for innovation and whatnot to address those challenges that COVID has rose to the top. The first reshape, I think, is that focus on evidence-based. So just looking historically, we actually have an education crisis in mental health. In the early 2000s, our Surgeon General here in the United States talked about how these evidence-based treatments that have been well studied actually are not available to most licensed providers. So even workforces in high-income countries are rarely trained in them. And of course, in LMICs, it's even worse. Most of what is still done is untested psychosocial programming. Our funder USAID and the mental health advisor there, who's a doctor, talks a lot about quality control in drugs, right? And how much we put into that. And quality control in mental health really relies on using these types of effective treatments and making sure that providers are trained well. So that's sort of a first way that we can tackle more effective, efficient care. The second I talked about is an unsustainable approach. And here we have huge opportunities to innovate and reshape. So evidence-based protocols in mental health actually address one problem at a time, usually within one age group, right? So in LMICs, you see programs just for parenting skills. And then you might see a different program for just depression, but only to tackle that with adults. Some models have moved into, for example, depression and anxiety, still separated by age. So this is really an unsustainable approach, and it's actually seen in high-income countries too. But let's say I wanted to build out a mental health system in Namibia or Ethiopia. I would have to build, implement, train, scale, and sustain 8 to 10 of these different evidence-based protocols, huge workforce, just to address a handful of common mental health disorders. So our current approach really should give us pause to say, what's a different way to do this? So tackling multiple problems with one approach that can span across the age is really something that USAID has been innovatively focused on funding our group to figure out how we can do this more efficiently, more cost effective, and really to treat a person more holistically. In my many years of work in this field, I've never seen anyone come in with just one problem.
Yeah.
The third point, just to wrap it up, is I talked about sort of no real resources going into mental health. And I think that's something that COVID has raised to light too. COVID has given us just incredible awareness, and people are more interested in it, but very unfamiliar with it. Last year, NIH held a large global mental health conference without borders, and leaders from all around the world came. And one of the big summaries was, we have to understand the impact of implementing and integrating these mental health systems and sort of stop treating mental health as a side program or an add-on. We see a lot of people saying, well, let's give a small amount of money for 1 year, just do a training, and then we can say we've integrated mental health. So really thinking more strategic about how do we integrate into different healthcare systems, treat coexisting conditions, enhance that continuity of care, and reduce costs. So much more efficient and cost effective.
Yeah, and here today at Prescription for Progress, we're really talking about partnership with the tech sector. So how do you see that and the role that the tech sector can play, and the role of partnership in addressing even some of these funding and resourcing gaps that you recognized?
I think there's a lot of opportunities. One is, I think that the technology can bring us up to speed in different areas of how do we do this different? How do we really think out of the box? So I think they can really play a large role. I think private-public partnerships are something that's really going to be needed in the future because of that resource issue with mental health. And then I would say a third thing is that really working with technology to understand what are the pros and cons, and what do we really need to do in different contexts and settings to make this edible for populations, accessible, but also doable. I mean, many places in low and middle income countries don't have electricity, plugging in phones doesn't work. They don't have money for talk time or for SIM cards. So you're dealing with a different level of technology. And I think that's really where that partnership is so important for connecting people who understand these contexts and settings, along with the brilliant technology brains.
Yeah, and you talk about the pros and cons of technology, and as we expand more digital connectivity, there's a lot of opportunity, right? You look at telehealth and other ways of scaling access to mental health. But we also know that increased access to technology can lead to mental health challenges. We've seen through particularly the pandemic, particularly teenage girls, skyrocketing in rates of anxiety, depression, suicidal ideation, really linked back to increased use of social media. So I'd love to hear what you think about how to balance the pros and cons of technology, and making sure that we're leveraging the good parts of it, but also recognizing some of the ways that can contribute to mental health challenges.
I'm so glad you raised this, Kate. I think in our desire to reach more people and get more access, we've really gone down that technology road. I see a lot of situations where providers, healthcare workers aren't really involved in that. And there's not a whole lot of attention paid to some of the different circumstances and issues with that, and some of the response from the populations that we're working with. So one, I think just really being collaborative, having a very multidisciplinary team, and making sure that we're not so excited about technology that we don't understand those pros and cons. I think that while technology may be ideal for scaling, for example, getting information out there, or people with a lower need for mental health care can really go very far. If I'm somewhat motivated, if I don't have very severe depression, or, I'm not in an IPV situation, interpersonal violence situation, those things can be really helpful. There are times where we're finding that more intensive face-to-face is needed. So finding the right mix of technology versus in-person and being very flexible with that is really something that we need to study and look at a little bit more.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Lara. And I know we can continue this conversation later in the breakout sessions. And if anybody wants to connect with Lara or chat with her further about this, I know she'll be joining us in our breakout session on technology and innovation and the COVID-19 response. So a lot more to dig into here. But in the meantime, thank you, Lara, for your time today.
Thank you.
My name is Anna Winters, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Acros. Imagine if the power of space could be put in the hands of health heroes, taking life-saving health services to the last mile in Africa. I've spent the better part of my global health career in Zambia, a country in Southern Africa. Zambia is modernizing quickly. Many residents have cell phones and connectivity is growing. But even so, you'd find that only 10 kilometers out of the capital city of Lusaka, and you're in the village, living on dirt floors and with very limited education and subsistence living. And that can be said for the majority of the country and even across much of Africa. Even amidst the modernization that's happening in Zambia, preventable diseases persist. HIV, malaria, diarrheal diseases. These all take massive tolls on the community, whether it be lost days to work and school, high mortality rates, and economic tolls. And these diseases are preventable and treatable, with effective treatments commonly available. But even with the availability of treatments, often the challenge is knowing where people live in order to get these life-saving interventions to them. One of the main challenges is we just don't know where everyone lives. Rural and even urban communities have no address systems, outdated census data, and mobile populations are common. And if we don't know where everyone lives, those health services just won't get to them. But now we have the tools to change this. With Earth observation and satellite imagery now so available, we're able to map and understand where people live so that community health workers can navigate to unreached communities and households and ensure that everyone receives critical health services and that they're not missed. A main goal at Acros, the organization which I co-founded and serve as the CEO, is ensuring that health services are accessible to everyone. We are pushing the envelope when it comes to making the power of Earth observation accessible and contextual to local field teams in Africa and Asia. In partnership with ministries of health and local teams, we developed a digital global good called Reveal. Reveal brings the power of space to the hands of local actors to lead data-driven surveillance and critical service delivery. Heroes of community health who walk miles to deliver health services to rural areas carry the simple yet groundbreaking tool with them to navigate to rural communities and ensure that life-saving health services are delivered to all. We've seen a significant impact through our work, the kind of impact that is rare and exciting in the field of global health. 2.5 million new users of sanitation over 36 months. Reduction of malaria prevalence from 30% to 4%, and all with a significant return on investment figures. Certainly, these are impressive numbers, but the real wins are what those numbers mean for each person whose life has been positively impacted. Fewer school dropouts or missed work days due to sickness means financial security and education gains. Access to latrines, soap, and water mean less diarrheal disease and child stunting. These wins are personal and they're for real people. Their lives are improved and paths out of poverty have been created. These innovations and deployments have been rooted in an understanding of local context. They've addressed salient issues, and they've contributed to bringing health and well-being to those in need. Now is the time for innovative partners to work together so that the incredible power of tech reaches every person on this planet that need life-saving health interventions. We are excited to work with new partners and in new countries to build on our learnings and to continue to accelerate impact in new ways. Together, let's bring the power of space and data to global health.
Hi, everyone. I'm Raj Kumar, President and Editor-in-Chief of DevX, and delighted to be back with all of you this year for Prescription for Progress. Of course, we're not in person in San Francisco as usual, but it's still great to be with all of you virtually. And we are here to talk about the future of global health, about tech, about innovation, and where it's all headed. I can't think of a better person to have that conversation with than Vinod Khosla, our very next guest. I'm here with Vinod Khosla, someone well known to all of you for many different reasons. I'll just very briefly share a bit of your background for those who don't know you as well. I mean, Vinod is one of the founding fathers of the computer revolution, of the internet itself. You then went on from, after founding major corporations in that space, to becoming a noted venture capitalist, now with your own firm, Coastal Ventures, which is one of the most prominent in the space, and known for betting big on big ideas. You know, lots of VCs talk about betting big on big ideas, but you really think about the future. You were one of the first VCs out in front of the climate change investment landscape, green and renewable energy. You've invested in things like Impossible Foods. You were the first major investor in Impossible Foods, in QuantumScape, the battery company. You're working fusion investments right now in the energy space, so many things like that. And healthcare is one of the spaces you're very focused on the future of. So we want to talk to you today, Vinod, because at Prescription for Progress, we think a lot about where are we headed, not just next year, but really out into the future. Half the world, half the population of the world does not have access to basic medical care. As you well know, as somebody who grew up in India, you know, where do you see health technology moving, and is it moving in a way that will actually address the needs of people who desperately need healthcare today and don't have it?
Well, thank you, and it's great to have an audience like this to speak to. Where health technology goes is a function of where we decide to take it. We do have a choice. Most of what we have seen is pretty large, pretty incremental breakthroughs. But let me start by saying healthcare is better than it has ever been today, though fairly unevenly distributed across the globe. And 10 years ago, it was better than it had ever been before. So it has kept improving. But it has been improving incrementally without a radical rethink of healthcare. And we do have a choice in deciding which way we want to take it. I will give you a specific example. The single scarcest resource in healthcare is really expertise. What's expensive? It's an oncologist, it's a cardiologist, it's a primary care physician. So trained people are the rare resource. Now, at some point you get to drugs and devices and all that, but the single most expensive part, and I think the solution we have to have a vision for, is this lack of expertise globally. And we can choose to do small short-term optimizations, and a lot of what is called digital health is doing that. But they're not fundamentally changing the equation. You could put a doctor on telehealth on a video conference call with a patient, but that's not changing the physician resource or making the physician any better. It's maybe making them a little more efficient, but there's a limit to that efficiency. If, however, we take the long view and say all of the expertise of a really great primary care physician or a really great cardiologist or oncologist needs to be available to everybody on the planet when they need it at very low to zero cost, I think that's possible, but we are not driving in that direction with sufficient vision.
And you're talking about here, Vinod, an artificial intelligence solution, right? It's sort of the idea that you could bring an oncologist to a small village because an artificial intelligence solution can do the diagnostics, do what a radiologist or oncologist would normally do. Is that your vision?
My vision is if we take the right approach, we will have artificial intelligence embody most of the knowledge we have in medicine. And it should be able to substantially outperform the median physician. Substantially. There is no question that an AI will do better than most physicians. Not every physician, but most physicians. It'll be broader, and you won't need a cardiologist to consult with you and then have an endocrinologist consult with you separately. You'll have an integrated view of the same human person, body, because the expertise is all there. Now,
and you see this, and many people are worried that these kinds of technological shifts will only be available to the wealthiest countries, the wealthiest people within those countries. Do you see these as shifts that can come even to the lowest resource settings?
Yes, but before I get there, I want to just clarify one thing. It may be mediated by a human being, and in fact, likely will be. So today, the brain surgeon is way more valued than, say, a primary care physician. And I'm saying in this world, the primary care physician may be the most valuable person because they're integrating all this AI expertise in their interface with the payment. If we're going to have integrative medicine, not a cardiologist and an oncologist and an endocrinologist, it's going to be the primary care physician who becomes the most important physician in the world, the most valued, hopefully, integrating value from all these other tools and expert systems. To your question of affordability, I actually believe it is the only way to make healthcare accessible. Why? Because it should cost the same as a Google search.
So if you were today, Vinod, advising a health minister who might be part of the session today and listening in a low-income country, and they have to plan ahead, should they be investing more in primary care physicians or maybe even community health workers? Asha is the example in India, thinking that we're close, we're a decade away from this kind of technology being open to these kinds of settings?
Well, how far we are away is a function of us making it happen. They should not only be planning for it, but they should try and encourage it. Now, a system like that doesn't improve till it's used a lot. And so where your audience can participate is absolutely encourage the use of these technologies. If you take a simple paradigm, if such systems improve 1% a month or even 1% a quarter in their knowledge, over 10 years, they become better than most physicians. But they only do if they get a lot of usage. Today, so few people are attempting this approach that there's no simple way for the AI system to get better. So if you want that, we should be doing it today. And because early systems will be flawed, think of for those of you who are old enough, the personal computer in the 1980s. They had these funky green screens, low resolution text, looked like dots. They were very clumsy. They didn't do a lot, but every year for the last 25 years, they've gotten better. Where they're powerful than the most powerful supercomputer in the world from 20 years ago. In fact, your phone is probably more powerful than the most powerful supercomputer on the planet 20 years ago. So this doesn't happen automatically. We have to participate and improve it. And when it's not perfect, the answer isn't the system isn't perfect. The answer is we will have humans mediate this. And so for the first 3 years, for example, it might just make a primary care physician twice as productive. Now, that's a pretty reasonable thing to do. Say, let me do all the question answering, the back and forth, the dialogue between a patient and a system with an AI, but the AI never does a diagnosis, never does a prescription, but may summarize recommendations for a human physician to say, I'm going to prescribe X or Y at Z dosage. So this partnership is essential for the systems to learn from humans and develop. So in 10 years, a session like this costs pennies, not hundreds of dollars as it does in the US today. And it's well within our reach in less than 10 years to basically make free primary care physicians possible in every part. And I hope well before 10 years, the FDA would approve such an app that is certified as a primary care physician.
You think the FDA might actually certify an app as kind of equivalent to a primary care physician?
Well, if you do A/B trials, they should be able to do this. For at least half a dozen cardiac conditions, looking at an ECG, the FDA has already done it for a company like AliveCo. They've already said you can diagnose these 6 conditions that a physician might do, a cardiologist might do from an ECG. You can do this, and AliveCo offers this today. Now, I can tell you the cost of monitoring a patient in rural India with this kind of service is pretty close to zero. You know, in the US, they charge $10 a month. They have something like 130,000 subscribers of this service, who, by the way, on average do tens of ECGs a month. That wouldn't be affordable even in the US as a healthcare system. But these patients don't want to die. They monitor themselves closely and zero cost. It probably costs a penny or two to do an ECG and get it diagnosed. And that's the world I'm talking about. But we got there after we got 100 million ECGs. Right? 100 million. Mayo Clinic doesn't have that many ECGs. And we have a lot of contextual data. So I think this is a process. It's a journey somebody in your audience needs to commit to and say, we'll walk down this. So Curai is developing the primary care service, but they don't have 1 million patients a month. And if they did, and they do, in fact, use physicians in the US because you aren't licensed to prescribe or diagnose, and they use physicians in India, and they use AI, everybody doing the most they can at the top of their license. to deliver a service that costs a few dollars today to deliver as a primary care session. You know, if telemedicine is an order of magnitude cheaper than a regular visit, which may be $200-300, and telemedicine is probably $40 or $50, this kind of a service is 10 times cheaper than telemedicine over chat, and substantially better. And let me tell you why it's better. Because in telemedicine, you call teledoc, you do a session with a physician, call them back again 2 weeks later. You're not going to get the same physician. That person won't have a record of the actual conversation they had with the patient. In a chat conversation, the AI will summarize the last session to the AI, so that there's full context. So the old notion of a family physician who knows your history and continuity of care is only possible in this kind of an environment.
Well, that was Vinod Khosla, who is, of course, the founder of Khosla Ventures and one of the founding fathers of the computer revolution and the internet itself. Really an amazing future thinker and somebody who invests big behind those ideas. Fantastic and interesting discussion, I think, in many ways, pulling on this thread of the future of healthcare in low and middle income countries and how it may be driven by AI. So stay tuned for more on that theme in our coverage and at this conference. Thanks for being a part of Prescription for Progress, and stay with us.
The work of global health innovators will be critical in addressing the devastating ripple effects of COVID-19. But for those whose work is not directly connected with the pandemic, it's been more challenging than ever to raise money, form partnerships, and continue, let alone scale their work. So what kinds of approaches have succeeded over the past 2 years, despite these constraints? Joining us to discuss their work to advance progress on other health priorities in the context of COVID-19, we have Steve Adudans. He's the founder and CEO of Gear Health Systems. And his background includes work on medical oxygen as CEO of Hiwatele, as well as work on maternal, newborn, and child health, most recently as Kenya Country Director for Nest 360. We're also joined by Dr. Nithya Ramanathan. Hey, Steve. She's co-founder and CEO of Nexleaf Analytics, which is a nonprofit technology company that uses sensor data to provide countries with the information they need to improve the health of people for all medical equipment across the health system. And Pradeep Kakatil, he's the director of the Office of Innovation at UNAIDS. He's also the co-founder of the Health Innovation Exchange, which is a platform for connecting governments, policymakers, innovators, and investors around technological innovations to scale up access to health. And finally, Dr. Kisete Admasu. He is the CEO of Big Win Philanthropy, which is a foundation that partners with African leaders to improve young people's lives. Dr. Admasu is also a board member at the End Fund, which is a private philanthropic initiative to combat the 5 most neglected tropical diseases. And since serving as Ethiopia's Minister of Health, a perspective I'm really grateful we have on this panel, he's worked in a number of prominent positions, including serving as CEO of the RBM Partnership to End Malaria and bringing his experience to a range of regional and international organizations in the health sector. Before I dive into questions, with many thanks to these great panelists for joining us, I do want to mention something you may have heard earlier if you've been with us since this morning. We do have an illustrator joining us to capture some of the themes of our discussion. And here's a glimpse at the blank canvas we will be filling out with all these brilliant ideas. We'll revisit that illustration toward the end of our conversation. So thanks again to our panelists for joining us, and diving right in, really at the heart of this conversation is the fact that COVID-19 has been hugely disruptive across global health priorities. And I want to hear from each of you, what has the COVID-19 pandemic meant for your work, and how have you worked, perhaps through partnerships, to overcome some of these challenges over the past 2 years? Maybe we'll start with you, Steve.
Yeah, thanks, Catherine. I mean, as you know, COVID-19 has made it very, very challenging, especially for healthcare workers, especially in sub-Saharan Africa, where I work in Nairobi, Kenya. And we never thought actually we would actually realize that health is a human right, because patients were affected whether they're rich or poor. So they needed the help they needed because of the COVID-19. And we realized actually a lot of the prevention efforts were based on community efforts. And this is things like, social distancing and also hand washing. These are basic, sanitization and priorities that actually helps to prevent infections. And one of the things that, for me, working in the medical oxygen space back then, is that I see what I call a digital divide, which is more like a double-edged sword. Why do I say that? Is because on one hand, medical oxygen got a lot of attention and what I would call digits in terms of dollars. More dollars went into COVID-19 in terms of oxygen systems, human resources to support, delivering care for patients, and even commodities. This meant that maternal and newborn health priorities were put on the backside. A lot of women and children actually never went to hospital. Why? Because a lot more patients were even dying in the hospital. So there was that stigma that facilities were associated with death. So in a sense, I think this was a major challenge that I saw, and we tried to find out how do we ensure that actually patients get the right information, that hospitals are still the safest place to go. Now, the other side of the sword actually is that there is an opportunity for digital integration, and this is where we see that most people actually went back to their phones, and a lot of information are coming through phones, and what I would call actually a mobile phone pandemic in Africa. There are more phones actually. You'd find that one person having almost 2 to 3 phones. So people had access to a lot of information, and they're able to query that information. But now we have to see how do they get that information right, and that's why I'm wondering, how do we ensure that most patients who died during the COVID pandemic were suffering from NCDs? And at Gear Health Systems, what we're looking into, how do we ensure that patients get the right information, the right products, disrupting those barriers so that they're able to get the right products and information. Over to you, Catherine.
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, and I'm glad you highlighted some of your work in maternal and newborn health and some of the impacts in that space. Again, an example of where the impacts of COVID have been pretty devastating for maternal and newborn health. And yet, for those who are working on the very innovations needed, it's been really hard to, as I mentioned, raise money, form partnerships, scale their work, because a lot of the funding is going to COVID-19. So I'm really excited to follow what you're doing with Gear Health Systems as well. I want to go to Nithya now because, in terms of the devastating impacts of COVID-19 across many areas you're focused on, there's also been a lot of innovation in things like, vaccine cold chain storage, because that's a huge priority. And that's something NextLeaf Analytics has worked on. So I wonder, how have you leaned into COVID-19 response while also continuing with other applications of your technology?
Yeah, thanks, Catherine. One of the things that we've seen is that in COVID, there's been this space to dig deeper, go to root causes. I think one amazing example of that is actually local vaccine manufacturing on the continent in Africa. So a real opportunity actually for people to think bigger, actually break silos. And so along those lines, just building actually on what Steve was saying about that digital divide, what we've seen is that health workers actually are kind of the next generation tech workers. There's so many innovations. There's so many different solutions coming up. And in the past, I'd say everything was really siloed. You had malaria money going to malaria solutions, vaccine money going to vaccine solutions. But increasingly in this moment to think about root causes, the very natural solution is more integrated. So let's not have duplicate supply chains. Let's actually integrate the supply chains. Let's integrate the refrigeration. And so along those lines, actually what we've seen is that with better data, ministries of health have been able to make investments more confidently in more integrated ways. And so one concrete example we're seeing is, rather than thinking about electricity for health centers, just electricity for one vaccine fridge, we're seeing more that we're able to actually, with sensors, measure the amount and the quality of electricity across an entire health center, and then actually use that information to inform more integrated thinking about the infrastructure and equipment supporting health at this time.
Thanks, Nithya. And speaking of more integrated thinking, I want to go to Pradeep now. And Pradeep, I'd love to hear from you both with your UNAIDS hat on, but also the work I mentioned earlier in terms of the Health Innovation Exchange, because it sounds like the integration Nithya talked about is what that's what it's all about. So can you tell us more about what the past 2 years have meant for you? I mean, certainly the work of UNAIDS has been affected by COVID-19, so I'd love to hear how you've overcome those challenges.
Thanks very much, Catherine. Let me start with what COVID has done for the AIDS response. We have seen significant impact when it comes to prevention. About 10 to 15% of the young people who need to have access to prevention, there's been a decline in that. We are seeing major challenges in terms of supply chain and access to antiretrovirals. We are also seeing, as the systems are getting overloaded with COVID response, the time that is available for responding to HIV and TB and malaria and other diseases, and as Steve already mentioned, NCDs, that's being missed out. So there's a huge challenge on that front. I think in terms of adoption of technologies and innovation, the openness with which countries are embracing innovations, the ability, telemedicine is a classic case. It has taken us so many years to embrace it, but now during COVID, countries have been able to change policy, provide the space for taking that on. Use of artificial intelligence. I mean, again, the way we have been working really is to, I'll give you a couple of examples. We had been working pre-COVID, I can't even remember what that looked like, but pre-COVID, we had been working on tuberculosis diagnosis using artificial intelligence. When COVID came, we really helped to repurpose that and see whether that could be used for diagnosing COVID. And the team that we were working with were in China. They were the first ones to use AI for COVID diagnosis, and we were able to fast track that. The same thing, we had been working on antimicrobial resistance, and they've come up with a fantastic solution which works in reducing the presence of coronavirus on surfaces and in the air. So what I believe what COVID has done is it has challenged all of us to think differently, and to also, as Nithya has already said, the need for integrating and bringing the pieces together. Unfortunately, that's not going far enough. That reform needs to happen. And I would blame the people from the health community for not really thinking big and really thinking short term, really looking at, okay, what can we do today? What will happen if we don't? And for me, coming from the AIDS movement, HIV really helped us in the early days to rethink health systems 2.0. Now, with COVID, if we do not use this attention and opportunity to go to health systems 3.0, we will win, potentially, maybe we will win the battle against COVID, but we will lose the long-term access to healthcare, that war. I think it is really imperative to move towards that now, and we are not thinking big enough. That's my challenge there.
Thank you, Pradeep. And just quickly, because I want to get to Dr. Admasu here, but in terms of the Health Innovation Exchange and the role that can play, I mean, I guess that's part of the goal, but perhaps more is needed. So can you just quickly touch on where you are with that and what more is needed to really build those connections that are needed?
Thank you. Health Innovation Exchange, what we really try and do is to work with countries on their pain points. What are they struggling with? Because there are so many innovations out there, and the people who can really adopt those innovations and scale it are not the ones who seem to be aware of it. Most of us sitting in Geneva and Seattle and other people seem to know, but the minister who is responsible for it in a country is not getting to see that. So what we do is we work on pain points, we bring in the different solutions that can actually find a way to help scale access to healthcare. And the third piece of that puzzle is really, and again, when I say bring the solution, some of it can range from energy solutions, because if 50 to 70% of health facilities in several countries don't have access to stable energy, then cold chain, your ability to provide basic health services is not working. So we try and think outside the health sector, because I believe that if you want to have impact on health sector, many of the solutions lie outside. that's where Health Innovation Exchange brings them. And then we also have the third leg, which is the investments, because again, if you look at Africa for innovations, less than 0.5% of the entire PE funding and the VC funding went to Africa for for innovations, and within that, health is a very small part, and that's just not acceptable. So how do you bring new resources, not just donor funding, but investment resources to scaling innovations in Africa? So that's what the Health Innovation Exchange tries to bring, those three: the innovators, the countries, and investment. So that's what we have been doing in several countries.
Thank you, Pradeep. And Dr. Admasu, I'd be curious to hear your reaction to the need for something like this, given your former role as a Minister of Health. But first, I want to just ask you, Pradeep was just mentioning how solutions outside the health sector matter for the health sector. And that gets to some of the priorities of Big Win Philanthropy. So Big Win Philanthropy, as I mentioned earlier, focuses on young people. And I know your portfolio includes work on nutrition, early childhood development, education. All of these areas were hugely impacted by the pandemic, and they all matter when it comes to health. So I wonder if you can talk about the impacts of COVID on the work that Big Win Philanthropy does, and how you've worked to counteract those challenges, maybe even drawing on some of the lessons from your time as Minister of Health in your work today.
Thank you, Catherine. Glad to be here. I think one of the key lessons we can take is how important and impactful leadership is. You can't do only one thing at a time. That was, I think, the focus with regards to COVID-19. During this difficult time, we have seen how investing in leadership, investing in multi-sectoral coordination over time has paid off. And it has allowed us to really bring different sectors together to address multitude of issues. If I take the example of neglected tropical disease that affects 2 billion people, initially case finding has been disrupted. Mass drug administration was stopped. But at the same time, there has been a lot of investment in bringing the wash sector, for instance, the water and sanitation, and the community actors together to, deliver on preventive and treatment services. So I think during the COVID-19 period, the end fund partners have come together to really provide, the WASH, NTD, as well as COVID prevention services. But at the same time, we were able to administer 757 million treatments in 2020. Again, at the same time, emphasizing the importance of leadership. In my own country in Ethiopia, they have developed a sustainability framework and a strategic plan to live with NTD over, the past few months. This has shown the commitment of the government in the leadership there to have an NTD-free world. So it means there are, a lot of commitments and priorities that need to be addressed. At the same time, the NTD community has also worked on, securing commitments through the Kigali Declaration. The London Declaration on TB, as well as the Addis Ababa Commitment, which was signed off when I was a minister. These are, important moments that really secure and garner support from government players. So most of our issues, the development issues we work with, really require, strong, genuine cross-sectoral collaboration. And this genuine cross-sectoral collaboration does not work when you go with, a cooked solution. You need a genuine collaboration, means people come together and discuss how do we particularly as government leaders and partners that work on a lot of priority issues, work together. How do we prioritize, sequence? Where do we bring synergy in our work? So I think this is an important lesson that we have learned. So my work in Big Win as well as
Dr. Masu, this is more with your donor hat on, your philanthropist hat on as CEO of Big Win Philanthropy. And I'm sure you dealt with a lot of different foundations and donors in your time as Minister of Health. Oftentimes, funders can be part of the problem when it comes to these global health silos that we've all outlined are problematic, right? Because funders have priorities and they want to fund those priorities. So when we talk about getting to the genuine cross-sectoral collaboration you mentioned, funding can sometimes be part of the problem. So a question for you is how can funding in global health go from part of the problem to part of the solution? And maybe I'll see if any others want to jump in after that.
I think the most direct and genuine answer is to listen to the countries and to listen to the leaders there. They know their countries, they know their priorities, they know what works, what doesn't work. So really listening to them is the best way forward. That is what we do as Big Win. We don't prescribe solutions. We don't, assume that we know what is best for the country. We try to partner with leaders who are genuinely committed to improve the lives of their people and transform their economies and achieve good goals. So I think that honest approach of appreciating and respecting local knowledge, wisdom, and leadership is very important.
Great answer. What do you see as one key element for global health technology and innovation to go to scale in low and middle income countries? So one of the things we talk about at Prescription for Progress is you have a lot of great solutions. They aren't going to scale. Each of you are working on addressing that in different ways. So I'll start with Nithya.
Yeah, I love that. And Dr. Admasu's point about listening to ministries, Catherine, you've heard me obsessively kind of talk about how much we need to be listening to ministries of health, listening to countries. One of the things that we've seen is this need for speed, and that's often used as an excuse to bypass government. And so one of the things that I've learned to do is anytime anybody, donor, partner, somebody on my team, anybody says, hey, we don't have time to listen to the government, that is an immediate red flag where we stop everything. And we say, no, that is the only thing we have time for. So really strongly agree with Dr. Admasu's point. One of the other things that we've started thinking about is financing. In another conversation, Dr. Admasu, I'd love to ask you more about this, but we've seen that there are opportunities to change the conversations between ministries of health and ministries of finance, to bring in ministries of finance in earlier, more frequently. And so concretely, one of the things we've been doing to support ministries of health is to create more business cases around investments. So it's not about, should I send a technician to fix a fridge, but rather, is it worth spending $100 to protect $50,000 of vaccines? And that's the difference that data has been able to make to inform decision-making and change that conversation around financing.
I love that. Steve, or actually Pradeep,
Yeah.
I see you unmuted. We'll go to you and then we'll close with Steve.
Thanks. It's a great question, and I loved what Dr. Cassette said. But fundamentally, the problem that we have with funders and donors, if I can call them that, is they all seem to be so risk averse that they're willing to fund pilot after pilot after pilot, that you have a pilotitis, but you do not have investments for scale. That is one big challenge, and donors need to really rethink the way they are financing health innovations. The second part of that is that we need to really rethink what the public-private partnerships need to look like and how we can start looking at public financing, de-risking private investments, because the donor funding is just not sufficient. I mean, just to give you the scale, we are talking about what, 150, $160 billion as ODA for overall development, compared to 200 trillion when it comes to the private equity market. So we need to see how we leverage the small amount of money to push the bigger pot of money for investing in healthcare. So if we are not really rethinking financing, we are going to continue to have these pilots and we will not be able to scale. So my call would be really for donors to think differently and to invest and take more risk. I mean, not taking risk is the biggest challenge that we have today. And we have seen with COVID, it was a herd mentality. Every donor shut everything off and then put all the money on COVID. Think systems. I mean, it's great to look at the symptom. COVID is just a symptom of what is wrong with the health system. And if you're not investing in resilient health system, you're all going to put your money around the external visible challenge. We will continue to fail. We'll wait for the next pandemic, and then we'll continue to do the same thing. We'll all wave our flags and say we have done it, but we'll fail. I mean, we'll win the battle, but we have lost the war.
Well put.
Yeah.
Steve, we'll go to you.
What I wanted to say is that there has to be a very strong link between innovation and industry, and this we can leverage on the higher institutions of learning, because a health system building block for human resources for health is a major pillar when it comes to delivery of healthcare. But we constantly have programs where we are having in-service training. So when we do have programs that link the continuum of learning from from the institutions of higher learning to to industry, then we don't have a lot of dollars that are put into all these constant trainings that do happen. So it's a very strong continuum process of innovation and industry and the learning system. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. I want to go to a question from our audience. I'd love to bring in Neha Agarwal. She's the Global Program Co-Director for Path Diagnostics, where she's responsible for ensuring equitable access for a portfolio of diagnostic products. And she's also on the board of advisors for the Bay Area Global Health Alliance. So Neha, your work has focused on addressing access challenges in low and middle income countries across primary health, infectious diseases, and now COVID-19. So would love to hear quickly any reflections you might have, as well as a final question for our panelists.
Great. Thanks so much, Catherine, for having me. I really love this discussion. And, from my own work and from everything the panelists have talked about, I think Dr. Admansu said it really well when COVID has really allowed us to learn the impact of good leadership and genuine collaboration. And I think we do need to incorporate that moving forward. The Bay Area Global Health Alliance is one great way to kind of catalyze the multi-sectoral partnerships in the Bay Area and beyond. My question for all of you is, as we enter year 3 of the pandemic, how do you wish we act so that we can keep these other global health priorities truly priorities?
I think for me is just 3 main things. One is we need to simplify the science, and how COVID helped us simplify the science. So just washing hands and giving each other some space and all that. Just simplify the science and see how to contextualize it to the setting. That helps the communities respond effectively. Second thing is we need to strengthen the systems block by block. HRH is one of the most affected, blocks. Many healthcare workers got infected with COVID. So how do we strengthen HRH? The last thing is have a sustainable impact. And this is by supporting grassroots-led and nationally led and domestic-led initiatives, because with that, then therefore there is ownership. Thank you.
Taking risks. Really love what Pradeep said about that. Taking risks, and also learning from them. I think we so often talk about how do we learn better, faster, but I don't know that we're actually doing that as much. So how do we get better data, more open conversations, stronger leadership, as Dr. Admansu said. So taking risks and then really authentically learning from those mistakes.
Trust. I think that is something which we have seen across the COVID response, the trust in institutions, trust in our governments, trust in international organizations. We have really paid a huge price. I think there is a diminishing trust that people have. We need to really address that. We need to build that back. Otherwise, we'll continue to have this divide. Number 2 is rights. I do believe that we need to start listening to the citizens and treat them as grown-up responsible adults. So that's something which we need to do, without which we will probably continue to go into this cycle of lack of trust and not making progress. So I'll stop there.
I would, emphasize the importance of, trust, as Pradeep said, and particularly, the power of, visionary leadership. That's very important. Second, I think related to that is the importance of looking at a new blueprint for development. We talk about breaking silos within the health sector, but we need to look at beyond as well. If one lesson we can take from COVID is, our development challenges are intertwined, and we need to come up with solutions that go beyond the health sector, let alone specific program delivery approach. And the third, and my final lesson would be to really focus on community ownership. Anything that is not owned by communities is not going to be sustained. So you have to create a system that really brings community ownership and individuals to the fore of development agenda.
Thank you, Dr. Admasu. I'd love to revisit that illustration. With our limited time, I'm just going to let this visual be the last word, but I want to thank all of our panelists for sharing your time and your insights. And for those joining us live, I hope you'll share some of your own reflections on these questions in the chat, and maybe even make some connections so you can continue the conversation after Prescription for Progress. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Well, hi, everyone, and welcome to our session in partnership with MSD for Mothers. My name is Rebecca Root. I'm a reporter and senior associate with DevEx. And today I'm joined by Sid Goyle, CEO of Nivi, which, for those of you who don't know, Nivi provides individuals with on-demand health information via 3 different platforms that we'll hear a little bit more about later on, but they are Ask Nivi, Nivi Insights, and Nivi Smart Engagement. And today, Sid and I will be talking about how digital tools and innovation can really empower the strengthening of mixed health systems and ultimately lead to better quality of care and capacity building. So Sid, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Rebecca. It's great to be here. It's good to connect again.
Yeah, definitely. Great. Well, first of all, what do you see as the roles of digital tools and of innovation when it comes to improving quality of care, and then also in achieving that larger goal of universal health coverage?
Sure. I mean, I think what we've seen in the pandemic has, really highlighted this, is that digital tends to be a good way of reaching people where they are at on their health journey. I think traditional means of health systems engaging with individuals typically focuses on those people who are most ready to take up care, who know that they need something, and they go to a doctor's office. I think in the markets in which we operate, and for Nivi, that means India, Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa, but more generally across Africa, across Southeast Asia, across South Asia, I think what you're seeing is that more and more people have a need to have a lot of questions answered before they actually formally engage with the health system, and that's why we developed Ask Nivi to help answer those questions to make informed decisions about health. And I think with the advent of the mobile phone, really as sort of that connector, a person can really get those questions answered in the means that they want through and browse the information that they want. Again, before they formally engage with the health system. And I think what that creates is an environment where a person goes in more informed to talk with the provider that they're going to deal with, and can make really intelligent decisions about their health. And on the provider side, what can happen is you can see providers being able to have a more really rich conversation with their patient, and also help them with really the services that they need, because that person's come in informed when they connect.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess it's better to have that accurate information than having people kind of scour the internet for dodgy solutions, that then come up and have them thinking they've got all sorts. And as you well know, sometimes or oftentimes it's the private sector that are leading on these types of solutions. And I know that the World Health Organization has recently come out with a new strategy looking at the private sector in regards to mixed health systems and UHC. But for you, where do you see the private sector fitting into this idea of digital tools and innovation?
Well, I think with respect to the private sector, I think that really the private sector can serve as the bridge to both private sector facilities and the public sector as well. So I think the private sector is not just necessarily sort of a system unto itself that is running in parallel with existing public sector services. Really, I see digital as an extension of the health system, and I think private sector solutions in the digital space, because they're typically built around a business model, are looking for cost efficiencies. And when you're looking for cost efficiencies, what that means is at the end of the day, you can serve more people. And I think that fits well in line with sort of the WHO's core principles around UHC, population coverage, service coverage, and financial protection. If you can serve more people at a lower cost, then you're making progress towards UHC. And I think that's where the private sector can come in the digital realm. But again, I don't think that means that there's a sort of a parallel system that exists between between the private and public sectors. It's really about the private sector helping facilitate better connections, depending on where the person is, to either private sector facilities or even public sector facilities.
Great. And I know you mentioned briefly Ask Nivi. What can you tell us about that as a kind of example of that innovation and private sector engagement at play?
Sure. Well, my co-founders and I really started Ask Nivi with this observation that there was this really big gap or unmet need in building a bridge between individuals and the healthcare systems that serve them. What we saw was, this big problem of information asymmetry. People don't have enough information to make informed decisions about what healthcare services they, should access and where to access those healthcare services. And likewise, providers don't necessarily have enough information on the health needs of the populations that they're seeking to serve. And we built Ask Nivi with this idea of focusing on the individual and the consumer, with a core mission of helping every individual really achieve their aspirations for health.
Yeah, and I was lucky enough to actually go to Kenya and see Ask Nivi play, and it was great to see that the access that there was to information, and especially around kind of those subjects that might be seen as more taboo, like teenage girls were able to ask questions that they felt they weren't, they could, might not want to in person. So that, it was great to see that in person. But yeah, tell me a little bit more about where you see the future of health delivery going, obviously through Ask Nivi's perspective, but also just in general.
Yeah, I mean, I think, if we look at where healthcare is today, typically it still involves a person going to a pharmacy or a clinic or to a hospital, depending on their need. And I think where healthcare delivery is really going in the future, and sort of the digital revolution is a really big part of that, is bringing the healthcare system to the person's home at the end of the day.
Yeah, and it sounds exciting. There's so much possibility out there, and I think maybe we're only just kind of at the beginning of that journey into digital and innovation.
I agree. I mean, I think we're closer to the starting line than the finish line. But I think there's a lot of opportunities, for diagnostics, for biologics, for biotech to really get into the mix. And we at NIVI are just excited to be part of that. I think we're riding that wave, and that sort of consumer-facing, individual-facing technology that we're building, we feel is a big part of that solution going forward.
And so, how were partnerships and collaboration a part of NIVI's journey?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an important point, is that we're not going to do this alone. Again, we talked about private sector not being a bolt-on. Is really what we're building has to fit within existing health systems, and I think that's where funders like MSD for Mothers, who's funded a lot of the work that we've done, come in. Is they have a broader perspective. Funders typically have a broader perspective on what's happening in the health ecosystem more broadly. Talking about accessibility, affordability of care, and where does your solution fit in? And I think that's where facilitating connections with the right stakeholders in these ecosystems, it's not just enough for us to say, hey, we're going to go deploy Ask NIVI into this market. Facilitating those partnerships has been sort of a key value add that funders like MSD for Mothers bring in.
Well, thank you so much for sharing, a little bit about your journey and advice and your experience. Really appreciate that today.
Thank you, Rebecca. Great chatting.
Hello, I'm very glad to be speaking with you today. I want to tell you a story of Project Echo, which began in my community in New Mexico and now is deployed in countries all over the world. In 2003, I was on the front lines as a gastroenterologist trying to serve 28,000 hepatitis C patients in New Mexico. I had the only dedicated hepatitis C clinic in the state, and my wait was 8 months long. People were dying from cirrhosis and liver cancer while waiting for treatment. We could not save their lives because the right knowledge did not exist at the right place at the right time. And that's why I started Project Echo. We started enabling primary care clinicians to set up hepatitis C treatment centers across New Mexico. We shared our treatment protocols with them, and we all connected once a week on video to discuss cases with each other. The program worked. Soon, all the primary care clinicians had become experts. The wait in my clinic fell to 2 weeks, and tens of thousands of patients got treatment where they lived. We knew we had an effective model, so we began training other academic medical centers around the world to use it for many other diseases. The ECHO model is designed to quickly scale learning so we can dramatically reduce the time to implement new medical best practices. In ECHO, all teach and all learn. It works like this. Teams of experts at regional medical centers use one-to-many video conferencing to engage with local healthcare providers in weekly ongoing knowledge sharing, case-based learning, and telementoring. And when the local experts and providers learn from each other, everyone's knowledge is constantly improving. Today, we have 684 hub partners for 52 disease areas and learners in 179 countries. And we have strong evidence that patients who receive care from an ECHO provider can get the same quality of care as if they went to an ECHO specialist. Over the last 2 years, the world has experienced the greatest health crisis of the last century. We learned that Project Echo could be put to work in a very meaningful way in a pandemic. And we learned that we can scale rapidly and massively when there's the need and the opportunity. Together, we and our partners responded to the pandemic, deploying our entire global network to meet the challenges of COVID-19. We scaled up quickly throughout Africa and in other low and middle income countries around the world. We also launched new programs with the World Health Organization and ministries of health in countries like Kenya, Cote d'Ivoire, Zambia, Namibia, India, and more. And since the start of the pandemic, ECHO has logged more than 2.5 million attendances, representing close to 1 million health workers who have impacted the lives of more than 50 million people. but we can do so much more. The pandemic has laid bare the massive imbalance in healthcare for billions of people in the poorest countries around the world. During the pandemic, countries around the world experienced massive and catastrophic loss of life as they scrambled to respond. Governments saw that they did not have the tools to deliver healthcare and the really complex medical knowledge required at scale. Now, governments around the world are rethinking how they can provide healthcare to their constituents. And we believe we have an unprecedented window of opportunity to provide a new platform for rapid and massive health system strengthening. Lockdowns and disruptions have made access to care for chronic conditions more difficult than ever, and the world's health system are straining and struggling. Progress towards eradicating killers like TB and hepatitis C, halting HIV and cancer, and stopping childhood diseases like measles has been disrupted. In India, the suicide rate is one of the highest in the world, and its mental health system is stretched to the brink. Millions of healthcare workers need the right knowledge at the right place at the right time and training to meet these and other emerging challenges. The clock is ticking, and we can help. The ECHO model can become the new operating system for health system strengthening, so we can address the massive health needs of the world and prepare for future pandemics. In collaboration with you attending this meeting, we can do that. Thank you for your attention.
Before I introduce our next speaker joining us live for this conversation on high impact giving, I want to go ahead and provide a little bit of context on GiveWell, which is a research and funding organization that is directing significant funding, increasingly so, to cost-effective programs in global health and development. So GiveWell is perhaps the most influential source of information to guide the grant making of effective altruists, which includes many emerging donors in Silicon Valley. That includes billionaire couple Dustin Moskovitz and Carrie Tuna, who have a net worth of over $20 billion and have looked to GiveWell as a vehicle for their efforts to give their money away. GiveWell has directed more than $1 billion to charity since its inception, and the organization plans to direct $1 billion each year by 2025. So they are on a very fast growth trajectory. And with that, I'm thrilled to welcome Dr. Neil Buddy Shaw, Managing Director of GiveWell, to discuss the evolution of the organization as well as its future plans. Buddy was previously the CEO and co-founder of ID Insight, which helps governments, NGOs, and foundations maximize their social impact using data and evidence. Buddy, thanks so much for joining us here at Prescription for Progress.
Yeah, excited to be here, Catherine. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. So I have a few questions of my own, of course, but I also want to urge our audience to post questions in the chat, and we'll get to what we can. I believe some of Buddy's colleagues at GiveWell are also going to be active in the chat in case you'd like to connect. But Buddy, first, before we dive into GiveWell and its evolution so far and where you're headed from here, I mentioned in introducing you that you are now leading GiveWell, and previously you led ID Insight, two very interesting organizations in global health and development. So earlier this month, DevEx released a list of 22 global development organizations to watch in 2022. You've been at the helm of two of them, ID Insight and now GiveWell. And I wonder if you can help us understand what connects the dots between these two organizations. What drew you to each of those roles, and what do those two organizations bring to the sector?
Yeah, absolutely, Catherine. You know, I think the common thread between both ID Insight and GiveWell, and frankly, a whole host of other actors in the space now, is this basic realization that there are hundreds of billions of dollars spent every year trying to improve the lives of people living in the lowest income communities in the world, and that money could be much more effective in improving those lives if it's based and informed on solid data and evidence about what works and what doesn't. And so ID Insight obviously focuses on a particular aspect of that problem, essentially generating new data and evidence about the effectiveness of programs in order to inform the practical decisions of policymakers, of foundations, and of implementing organizations like NGOs and social enterprises. And GiveWell kind of takes data and evidence that has been generated by organizations like ID Insight, by academic researchers, and then undergoes its own really deep and extensive research process in order to arrive at estimates of what are the most cost-effective ways to either save lives or improve lives, and then directs funding to them. And so, I think of GiveWell and ID Insight as part of the same ecosystem and pushing in the same direction of, essentially we can do much more good in the world if our thinking is driven by reason and empiricism about, what works and what doesn't and why.
That's really helpful to understand the connection. And there's also been collaboration between the two organizations over time, which has been an interesting space to watch. I want to dive into this evolution that I sort of previewed. So you joined GiveWell a year and a half ago. And, when I first started with DevX back in 2015, GiveWell had its place in the sector, but the influence of GiveWell has really grown. And I think traditionally people thought of GiveWell as basically a list of recommended charities. And now it's a really significant philanthropic funder, as I mentioned. So can you just kind of take us through that journey that predated your joining the organization, and then also in this past year and a half?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the founding motivation behind GiveWell was when two of my colleagues, Ellie Hassenfeld and Holden Karnofsky, were, young folks working at a hedge fund, had more money than they really had a desire to spend, and started to look at what are the best ways we can donate money to improve lives. And that process of really trying to identify where are the places where our philanthropic dollars are going to go as far as possible in either saving lives or improving incomes or improving welfare of people, essentially led to the creation of GiveWell. And so I think that founding story is reflected in the first several years of GiveWell, which is essentially, an open website with really deep research on a whole host of different programs, culminating in a list of recommended charities that anyone could use, go online and direct donations to. And so that was kind of like the original GiveWell 1.0, which in many ways was an open source platform for listing out really vetted, deeply vetted organizations, and then individual retail donors could donate money to those organizations. Now, I think as GiveWell has evolved, one of the things is that it's in practice less of a list of recommended charities, though certainly, we still publish all of our research. We list out our top investments or charities, and there are still 50,000 plus donors that give money into GiveWell. But the big shift is essentially that more and more of our money is essentially given into the GiveWell Maximum Impact Fund and then directed or granted out at our discretion. And so, and in addition to that, our money moved has increased tremendously. And so in 2019, we directed around $150 million in grants. In 2020, that number was around $250 million. And last year, it was around $450 to $500 million. And looking forward, we anticipate making grants every year of over $700 million and, eventually, hopefully over $1 billion a year. And so I think the big change in GiveWell's evolution is that a lot of our money moved is essentially us following our process, still publishing everything that we're doing, but then directing the funding ourselves versus kind of retail donors choosing what they want to give to. And then the second big material change since founding was just the amounts of money that we're moving now. And so in many ways, we operate as a large philanthropic funder now, but still with the core values of intense truth seeking about what are the most cost-effective ways to give, and an extremely high degree of transparency about the full reasoning behind any of our grants or decisions.
Thank you. And a follow-up on that transparency. So, even as you said, GiveWell has taken this big shift where more money is given to this maximum impact fund and more money is granted at your discretion. There's transparency that's central to your communications around all this. But that doesn't mean that this doesn't come without controversy. And last year, GiveWell was very transparent about how it held back $110 million in giving, saying it couldn't find enough grant opportunities that clear its high bar. And that generated a lot of buzz. You can find our DevX coverage on that. But I wonder if you can expand on that decision and how it connects with this GiveWell evolution you described.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's helpful to step back for a second and think about, what is the mission of GiveWell? And as with many others, our goal really is to, again, save or improve the most lives possible per dollar that we spend. And in order to do that, we're really looking at three criteria. We're looking for programs that have evidence that they're effective. Second, are extremely cost effective, which I think is really important and separate from just the evidence of effectiveness. And on the health side, that generally means programs or organizations that can save the life of someone in a true counterfactual sense for around $3,000 to $6,000 per life saved. And then lastly, can absorb a lot of money. And so as we were thinking last year about the available opportunities that we had that were deeply researched and cost effective that we could grant to, we found around $450 million or so worth of opportunities that met our criteria. And the benchmark that we use to judge all of our investments is against unconditional cash transfers of GiveDirectly's cash transfer program in Kenya. And essentially, we look for programs that within our criterion framework are at least 5 times as cost effective as cash transfers. And so last year, essentially, we had exhausted all of those opportunities that met this high bar of being 5 times as cost effective as cash transfers. And so we faced a decision. Should we spend the $100 million on just giving the cash away, or did we think we had actual discrete opportunities in our pipeline that would be coming out in the next year or two that we thought were substantially more cost effective? And so we returned to kind of our core principle of what's the impact maximizing thing to do. And for our resources, that meant to hold the money this year because we thought we'd have opportunities in the next 2 years that were multiple times as cost effective as our default option, which was to donate that to GiveDirectly. And so there's a lot of discrete things in the pipeline that look very cost effective and we're quite excited about. And that was the core reason why we decided to hold back that $100 million, because we thought that we'd be able to do more good by spending it on more cost effective opportunities in the years to come.
And just a quick follow up to that point before we look ahead at what's next. Though this does relate to looking ahead, you mentioned you're optimistic about what's coming down the pipeline. Can you give us a bit of a preview?
Yeah, so I think our research process is to kind of look both at what are the big drivers of death or ill health, as well as what are the big opportunities to improve incomes, and then which solutions within those seem tractable and can absorb a lot of money. And so I think we're seeing a lot of promise in the neonatal and maternal health space, in conditional cash transfers to incentivize immunizations, where we've already made tens of millions of dollars worth of grants, and in a whole host of water treatment programs to prevent diarrheal disease and deaths. And so those are just some of them. And on the income improving side, I think we're starting to look into programs like targeting the ultra poor, the graduation model, and others that seem like they could be promising, but still very early stages of investigation. And so I think between all of those, we feel as though in the next 2 years, we should be able to identify a lot of opportunities that are really cost effective at saving lives or improving incomes.
Now, looking ahead, I know that being in a position of having this much money to give away actually creates some challenges. You mentioned as we were getting ready for this call that one of the biggest constraints for GiveWell is finding those evidence-backed, cost-effective organizations that can absorb such large amounts of money. And yet, I think GiveWell wants to increase its influence even further and direct even larger flows of capital toward interventions that meet this high bar. So can you talk about plans for GiveWell to further increase its influence moving forward?
Yeah, right now, I think the biggest constraint that we have and the thing that we'd want most is for more implementing organizations and researchers to really understand our criteria so that they're better equipped to partner with us, and so that we're better able to get great ideas from the brilliant people working on these really challenging problems. And so I just encourage folks to reach out, to look at our website, and to really dig into our criteria, because the cost effectiveness models that we use look very hard at a bunch of kind of obscure things that ultimately can make a difference to how much you can improve people's lives. And so the biggest ask that I'd have is for us to reach out more to the community and to learn more about what people are working on, but also for folks to better understand GiveWell's criteria so that we can identify more organizations running programs that are cost effective and can absorb large amounts of money, since that's our number one priority right now.
Thank you, buddy. Well, it's always great to catch up with you. GiveWell is constantly evolving and changing, so it's good to touch base periodically. I know you've joined us here at Prescription for Progress before. Thanks for joining us again. And for any questions we didn't get to in the audience chat, please feel free to interact with GiveWell colleagues who are joining the chat. Buddy, thanks again. And for our audience, please stay tuned for further DevX coverage of GiveWell.
Thanks so much, Catherine.
Hello, everyone. Last year at COP26, about 50 countries committed to develop climate-resilient and low-carbon health systems. It's a significant commitment and shows the increasing awareness of governments to the impact of climate change on people's health. In recent years, several organizations have also committed to cutting down their own carbon emissions. But how are they doing it? How can partnerships play a role to help build climate-resilient, low-carbon health systems? And what role does innovation and technology play in this transition? Today, I'm pleased to be joined by 3 leaders who have been really engaged in driving the conversation, putting together the evidence on how this is being done, and helping implement resilience and decarbonization strategies within the sector or within their own institutions. We have with us Ms. Joy Pumapi, Interim Co-CEO and Board Member of the Clinton Health Access Initiative, Gary Cohen, President and Founder of Healthcare Without Harm, and Joe Belliveau, Executive Director of MSF Canada. Welcome, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. Just before we start, I want to let our audience know that we have a live illustrator working in the background to capture important moments during the discussion, and we'll be showing you the final sketch at the end of this panel. So I'm going to start with Joy and ask if you can help set the stage here as to why the health sector really needs to accelerate work on becoming climate smart.
Well, thank you so much. This is a very important question. I think what we need to appreciate is that life on our planet is all about partnerships and balance. You know, Professor Haynes of the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and Howard Frumkin explained this relationship well in their book, Planetary Health, Safeguarding Human Health and Environment on the Anthropone, which is, the age in which we live now, when human beings are doing, damage unintentionally in their interaction with the planet. What they say is that there are boundaries of climate and biosphere integrity that guarantee a safe operating environment within which humanity can flourish. But unfortunately, in our rush to accelerate what we call progress and development, we've created and are continuing to compound an imbalance by increasing CO2 levels, leading to rising temperatures, extreme weather, rising sea levels, fueling both indoor and outdoor pollution, respiratory tract infections, including childhood pneumonia, which kills close to 1 million children every year. We are fueling changes in vector ecology, such as the 30-fold increase in dengue over the past 50 years, or the increased distribution of schistosomiasis to an additional 20.7 million people in China. I mean, these are just examples. There's water and food supply impacts, water quality, environmental degradation, increased allergens, disruption of nitrogen and phosphorus cycles, that is an impact on our ability to grow food. The list goes on and on. What we are all looking at the moment as we talk about climate change and its impact on health and on our economies is the boundary of the 2 degrees Celsius as a tipping point. But unfortunately, the tipping points have actually been growing. The actual tipping points are not just the 2 degrees Celsius, but it is the glaciers that are melting. It is the deforestation. And these things are pushing us nearer and nearer to what we thought could potentially result in the negative impact and catastrophic consequences, particularly on global health, that we don't want to get to. Now, every sector must act now, and health is a pivotal partner in both mitigating the impact and, of course, adaptation strategies. So that is our challenge.
Thank you so much, Joy, for setting that scene. And you just pointed out every sector must act now. I wanted to go to Joe because, organizations are, waking up and really increasing because of the increased awareness of the impact of climate change and health. And I want to go to Joe because MSF is such a huge international medical humanitarian organization that has pledged to cut its own carbon emissions by at least 50% by 2030 compared to 2019 levels. Joe, can you tell us what led MSF to take this decision, and how are you building that movement within the organization to realize a really climate smart organization?
Thank you, Jenny. So two main drivers, let's say, as a emergency-oriented humanitarian organization, there's two main drivers that are pushing us towards being climate smart. The first is simply the current realities, the recognition that increasingly climate and environmental factors are contributing to humanitarian need. So recurring droughts and floods in Somalia, for example, asthma and dengue in Haiti, extreme weather events in Madagascar, kidney failure in Central America, and so on and so on. So we just simply can't ignore the fact that climate and environment are increasingly factors of humanitarian need. And if we look to the future, it only looks set to get more and to get worse. So we need to be awake to that reality and adapting, as Joy said. We also need to recognize that the way, the pattern of how this is happening is very unequal, inequitable. In other words, the impact of the climate crisis is much more on contexts where MSF typically responds already, where there are low resources and where humanitarian needs are already great. So we need to understand how that's working so that we can also use our voice more to advocate for change. The second main driver is simply organizational responsibility. So emergency-oriented organization, nevertheless, we have to the science is so clear now that we have to recognize that we also need to mitigate our environmental footprint as a global actor, flying all over the place, using diesel fuel everywhere. We can change, and we have a responsibility to change and mitigate. So the second part of your question was about the how. So it starts indeed with commitment, and you mentioned. So it actually in November 2020, Médecins Sans Frontières globally and unanimously agreed to an environmental pact within which there are a number of commitments. And I'll just briefly touch on two of those, mitigation and adaptation, as Joy was pointing out. So in mitigation, you mentioned, Jenny, indeed, that just 2 months ago, in fact, Médecins Sans Frontières globally, and again, unanimously voted to reduce its carbon emissions by 50% by 2030 based on 2019 baseline data. So, what does that look like? We know about the flights and the fuel use and so on. You've mentioned technology, and this gathering is partly about technology. So I'll just mention a couple of things. We've got a very exciting program using solar energy to produce oxygen. So we know, I'm sure by now everybody with COVID understands that oxygen shortages are a major issue. We're now able to produce oxygen using solar power instead of trucking fuel and then using fuel generators to produce oxygen on site. That's one very exciting use of technology. Telemedicine is another one. We've had a telemedicine program for years, but we see great promise in scaling up and expanding telemedicine, not to replace how the organization operates, but really to complement and reduce flights and reduce the need for in and out in some of these contexts. I could talk about waste management. I think Gary's going to speak to that too, but there's a lot in the waste management to unpack too. And then just very briefly on the adaptation side of things, I could talk a lot about how our operations need to change, how we need to wake up to some of the realities that I mentioned before. And one of the ways is anticipation. So I'll just speak briefly to that. So recognizing that these patterns of floods and droughts and extreme weather events, the better that we can anticipate those, the better that we can mount humanitarian responses. So in Haiti, for example, we've got a really exciting thing going on where We're working with local authorities to set up a weather station and at the same time an air quality sensor. So we're essentially able to bridge the gap between weather and climate related information and key climate sensitive diseases. Joy mentioned some of those, dengue, Zika, malaria, asthma, and so on. And so by measuring the particles that are in the air and shifts in weather patterns, we're in a better position to actually be able to anticipate what kind of humanitarian needs are coming down the pipeline and then position ourselves to respond to those.
Those are really exciting initiatives, and I'd be happy to, maybe not on this panel, if we have time, we will, to explore some of those initiatives with you, Joe. I'm going to turn over to Gary, because you, Gary, and your team at Healthcare Without Harm have been really doing this for decades, building partnerships, coalitions to transform the health sector and make it more environmental friendly and environmentally sustainable. Can you talk about new partnerships that you're engaging with now and how that's helping scale this work up? And are there partnerships or sectors that you really want to engage in but haven't had success yet?
Yeah, great. Thanks, Jenny. I just want to add something first, which is, what's the imperative for the health sector to deal with its own climate footprint? We did an analysis, global analysis, and said that the health sector was almost 5% of global greenhouse gas emissions. So that's the equivalent of the annual emissions of over 500 coal-fired power plants. So that's a huge impact. And if healthcare was a country, all of healthcare, it would be the 5th largest climate polluter around the world. And given that healthcare is the one sector of our economy that lives by an ethical framework, the Hippocratic Oath, to first do no harm, it has more responsibility than any other sector and a mission imperative to address its own climate footprint. If we're going to build an economy, which we must do, where health and equity are part of its DNA, this is the mandate that Joy was talking about, healthcare can lead that effort. Healthcare can demonstrate how do we build resilience into our supply chains, into our global healthcare access? How do we make our commitment to having everybody on the planet have healthcare as a basic human right, especially in a climate-stressed world, which is incredibly inequitable? So that's also part of the framing here. And given that healthcare is 20% of the US economy and 10% globally, it has this outsized impact to model that transformation, to move away from fossil fuels, to move away from toxic chemicals, to move away from pesticide-intensive industrial agriculture. So part of the partnerships that are helping us in that are a few really important ones. One is that we were part of that effort with the World Health Organization and the British government around those 50-plus country commitments to decarbonize their health systems and to make them more resilient. So the opportunity to implement that now, to show national governments how they can move their health systems to decarbonize, to make them more resilient in many of the ways that Joe is talking about. How do we solarize thousands of clinics all over the world? How do we have solar-powered autoclaves to deal with medical waste? How do we have solar-powered refrigeration to keep vaccines, essential vaccines, refrigerated? So one of the partnerships is this with the British government and WHO to implement this COP26 health program and spread that across 50 countries. 75% of all of the climate footprint in healthcare is in the supply chain. It's in the stuff we buy. It's in the reusables or disposable. It's in the toxic plastics. It's in the machines. And so we've partnered with the United Nations Development Program on a program that is designing globally validated standards for products and technologies, and to spread that across all these countries and systems so that we can drive the innovation in the supply chain to move the whole economy that's based, where healthcare is based, toward a low carbon, toward an equitable, toward a climate smart strategy.
These are really huge, really important partnerships. Just very, very quick question, follow up on that, Gary. Are there sectors that you would want to partner with but haven't had success yet?
Well, I think that there's a few. One is that we need a lot more clinical engagement. We've been focusing a lot with hospitals and operations and energy and procurement, all that. We need, like MSF, we need lots of organizations like the Clinton Health Access Initiative. We need clinical champions, messengers to be innovating and understanding and teaching people about how climate, at the end of the day, is a health issue for everybody on the planet, and that we need to change models of healthcare delivery in this new reality. So many more physician, nursing, public health organizations all around the world making this a strategic priority. The second is a whole set of product and technology innovators so that they can bring forward the next generation of medical devices, of moving away from petrochemical plastics, the next generation of reusable equipment and reusable gowns, the next generation of energy smart technologies. We need all of that to scale up around the world over the next 10 years. And I think the third one I would mention is philanthropy, because there's been this divide between philanthropy that funds environmental issues and philanthropy that funds health issues. And they haven't seen that environmental health is fundamentally linked. You can't have healthy people on a sick planet. So if we're gonna solve this, we have to multi-solve this, so that as we are decarbonizing healthcare, we're improving the health of everybody on the planet. We're driving innovation. We're creating access for everybody on the planet. We need to see these things as absolutely interconnected.
Thank you so much for that, Gary. I want to go back to Joy and now ask, because Gary and Joe have spoken about solutions, and I also wanted to ask you, can you maybe point us to maybe one example of a practical solution that you've come across with or took part of, and how much tech and innovation and partnerships feature into that solution?
Thank you so much. I mean, I agree with the comments that have just been made, that there is a lot that we can do. I'll just give an example of one area that is, energy in health, clean energy in health. We know that currently electricity generation is powered by, sources such as wood, coal, diesel fuels. And when I talk about health, because, wood and coal and diesel fuels are carcinogens, and they also, of course, contribute to respiratory tract infections. I will also talk about health sector, health in the home, not just in the facilities. So I feel that there is a huge opportunity for a very, very synergistic partnership, a strong partnership right along the value chain, from the time when the equipment and that is being used in the home and in facilities is being manufactured to make it eco-friendly, whether it is the fridges which are being manufactured or indeed stoves for poor households to use in the home, because there have been so many innovations of solar powered coal stoves that are powered by biogas, and that need to be adapted on a whole scale. So the first partner has to be with those people who control the supply chain, just from where the input starts, where the solar panels are being manufactured. Those manufacturers, those suppliers of solar panels must be the first partner that we look at. And then we must look at the next partners in the value chain, the ones that are the middlemen between the manufacturer and the supplier at household level and at country level. But what I'm trying to say here is that there's a huge opportunity here for the health sector to partner with the energy sector, to partner with the manufacturing sector, to partner with the finance sector, to ensure that we have an integrated strategy in every single country that is going to dramatically reduce the use of fossil fuels in the economy, and particularly in the health sector. So I feel that it is time that the health sector appreciated that on its own, it cannot intervene effectively, but we need these partnerships with other sector, between the public and the private sector. Some of us in the health sector need to consider how we can partner with governments. First of all, let us develop the policies and strategies, multi-sectoral in nature. Let us make sure that we strengthen the Ministry of Health's service contract management capabilities and monitoring capabilities using technologies that will enable us to do this. Design and implement financing solutions that will enable sustainable solutions for clean energy for households and communities, and generate evidence. We need to generate this evidence so that we can share it and we're able to replicate the success stories. One of the mistakes that we are currently making is that there are lots of golden nuggets, all over the place, but we're not pulling them together. We are not all using them. We need to adapt all of these, adopt them, and take them to scale so that we can actually have a health sector that has got clean energy and that is servicing communities with households that have clean energy. So I just wanted to emphasize that particular one point and the need for partnerships in getting us there.
Thank you so much for emphasizing partnerships. And you've mentioned several things there, but something that caught my attention was, talked about integrated strategies and supply chain. I want to go quickly to Gary just for a minute because, COVID waste is currently a big issue, and WHO has released a report on it recently. I wanted to ask Gary, could we have avoided this problem? How do you think this can be avoided in the future?
Well, one thing that we've learned is that in many cases we've been using disposable gowns, disposable footwear, so many different disposables to address immunization. And there's a number of examples from the Philippines, from the United States, from elsewhere, that if we can move toward reusables for much of that personal protective equipment, then we can save an enormous amount of energy. It's just as effective, and we can save a lot of money at the same time. So we need to rethink this whole idea of disposables. And also that we saw with COVID that the global supply chains were fundamentally disrupted. So moving, as Joy said, to integrated solutions where we're producing much of what we need in the countries and the communities that we need them will have a huge positive economic multiplier impact on top of also addressing the climate issue and providing healthcare to everybody on the planet. So there's a lot of ways that we can innovate and also move away from some of these disposables, move away from some of these petrochemical plastics, which is moving to replace coal as one of the leading factors in improving, in contributing to greenhouse gas emissions. We need to move away from these plastics. So I'll stop there.
Mm-hmm. Well, I wanted to quickly ask for our audience organizations working to try to be more climate smart. I want to get insights from Joe about what are maybe one or two biggest challenges MSF is facing as you're making this transition, and how are you overcoming those challenges?
Yeah, thanks, Jenny. That's a huge question. And as a global federated organization, more than 60,000 employees working in more than 70 countries, there are just so many kind of challenges. So I'll just quickly highlight three that I think are kind of maybe hit the nail most closely. So the first is the measuring part. So we took this leap of faith. We collectively agreed to this 50% reduction target. We don't fully know how we're going to get there, partly because we don't currently measure our environmental footprint in any systematic or global way. So simply that, setting baselines across the organization, using the same metrics so that we can centralize it and then actually have a visibility on the global footprint. Gary was talking about the waste. Okay, so how do we sort of measure our waste output, and then so on the basis of what you measure, you mitigate. So we have now a toolkit that we developed actually over the last 4 years, which is precisely designed to help us categorize, systematize, and measure on the faith again that once we start to do that, then we can have this much clearer idea of the actions that we're taking, solarizing, the waste management actions, flights that we're using, all these things. What is the actual impact on that on our 50% target? That's the first big challenge, just the measuring. Second big challenge is mindset, frankly. You've got so many people in the MSF movement, just so passionate, so dedicated to the humanitarian work that we're doing, and it's an emergency mindset. We're constantly active and doing, and the priority, I'm going to actually read you this quote. It's from one of our directors of operation. As an emergency organization, it's a daunting task to green our operations because our priority is still to provide rapid assistance in some of the world's most remote places. Now, we know that rapid response and greening, becoming climate smart, are not mutually exclusive, but there's a lot of mindset shift work to do. So in fact, a lot of what we've been doing the last couple of years is internal advocacy, just raising awareness, raising climate literacy so that we can have these conversations and change how we think about our how we work. And the last one speaks a little bit to the partnerships and localization. Our role in resilience, because as an emergency response organization, we've tended to downplay resilience. Development-oriented organizations play a stronger role in working with communities to build resistance. That said, take Somalia, for example. In a context like Somalia, we know year after year this cycle of drought, floods, food insecurity. It's not something that you just go and respond to once and then step away. It's so cyclical and so recurring that and other contexts like it is causing us to question our role in resilience. So in Somalia, for example, we are now working more closely with local communities and community leaders to identify where the vulnerabilities are, what the patterns are, what communities themselves can do to prepare for those, and then where MSF comes in that more kind of emergency mode when the needs become more acute. So those partnerships with local communities is becoming a more important part of how we're thinking about the climate crisis.
Thank you so much, Joe, for that. I think we only have 1 minute, but I want to make sure we invite our audience. And we've received a question from the International Federation of Medical Students Associations. Let's hear it.
Hi, everyone. My name is Iris Blum, and I'm the liaison officer to the World Health Organization at the International Federation of Medical Students Associations. We are an NGO in official relations with the WHO with over 1.3 million members worldwide in 130 countries. I'm a medical doctor from the Netherlands and currently a PhD candidate at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, researching environmentally sustainable healthcare systems with resilience to climate change under the supervision of Sarah Whitney and Andy Haynes. Thank you for the opportunity to ask a question. As the IFMSA, we work on a wide variety of global health issues, including the health emergency that is climate change. Young people are severely impacted by climate change. Also, they have a unique perspective. As one of the biggest demographics of this planet, having grown up in a digitalizing and globalizing world, we see unique, innovative, and creative solutions, not only for tomorrow, but also for today. How do we ensure that the voice of youth is part of the decision-making, including policy design, implementation, and evaluation on every level? Thank you very much.
We don't have much time, but if each of you can just very quickly address that question, please. Maybe I'll start with Gary.
Yeah, I appreciate the question. We see young nurses and doctors really coming to start to build a movement in healthcare all around the world. And it's crucial because doctors and nurses and other health professionals are the most trusted members of our society, and they can be crucial for both innovating healthcare delivery models, but also being messengers and advocates for policy that are going to get us out of this global crisis.
Thank you. Anyone who wants to jump in?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say that what I'm finding now that is really energizing, and for some of us who come from a continent which has got a huge youth population and are really looking forward to benefiting from a demographic dividend, is that a lot of the innovations that are happening now, the new technologies, even when it comes to climate change, low carbon-based solutions, they are coming from young people. So, I mean, this is a very, very powerful message that, the future really has to be designed by the young people, and we have to put young people in the driver's seat, and they have to be part of the policy discourse. They have to be part of the implementation and the solution and the monitoring of impact. So I absolutely agree that young people are in the driver's seat. We just need to, move out of the way because, they know where to drive this vehicle. And this vehicle we are driving it off the cliff. And we have got young people here who know where to take it. So I couldn't agree more. And we need to work more with them and appreciate that this planet is theirs to protect.
Well, thank you so much, everyone, for this really very insightful conversation. And for those of you who tuned in, you'll see the live illustration at the end of this panel. And please stay tuned because we have a lot more really engaging conversations happening next. Hi, everyone. I'm back, and from Climate Smart Healthcare, we'll be talking about climate and pandemics. Scientists have spoken about the links between viral spillovers and how the things that propel climate change forward are very much the same things that increase the world's risk of infectious disease spread. Talk about land use change, talk about deforestation. So I'm really excited to be speaking today with Dr. Dennis Carroll, Senior Advisor for Global Health Security at URC. Thank you, Dennis, for joining us today. And Dennis will also be speaking at a breakout session on health and climate later at 2:45 ET. So it's a great chance if you have a question for him or want to interact with him, or if you're looking to establish partnerships on this topic. So don't miss that opportunity. So Dennis, there's a lot of talk now on pandemic preparedness, and in discussions on a potential pandemic treaty, one idea that's being pushed is really, the closure of wildlife markets. But is anything being done, or is enough attention being paid to address these drivers of both climate change and infectious disease spread? And what are the implications of inaction or lack of action?
Great. Well, Jenny, first off, it's a great question. And let me just offer sort of a divergence here. I think even as we talk about pandemic preparedness, we should also be talking about pandemic prevention. Because as you talked about before, there's a strong correlation between the spillover events between wildlife animals that are hosting potentially dangerous viruses into people. And a key underlying driver for that is the disruptive impact that we're having on the ecosystem around us. And one of the most telling disruptive events is that land use change. 100 years ago, there were 2 billion people on this planet. In the space of 10 decades, we've added 6 billion additional people. And by the end of the century, we're going to add another 4 billion. And that explosive, unprecedented increase in human population is really the big driver behind all of that land use change as we build out our settlements for people to live. And most importantly, we expand our agriculture to be able to feed the populations. And so as we go forward, that's going to be even more challenging. And we know that as we disrupt and destroy the forests and the jungles around us as a way of expanding our ability to feed the people, we're also creating opportunities for our settlements to be proximal to wildlife areas where species that are able to cohabitate with human settlements, such as bats, for instance, we have a much more intimate relationship with those animals than at any other previous time. And that is the challenge we have, is how do we expand our population and be less disruptive? And part of it is we have to pay attention. If we can pay attention and are much more thoughtful about how we establish that footprint, I go back to the notion we can prevent spillovers. They're not a necessary consequence of us living on this planet. They're an unintended consequence and largely driven by our negligence in how we expand. So if we're more thoughtful about our agriculture, we're more thoughtful about our settlement expansions, we have the real opportunity to move into the future with really lowering the risk of future pandemic threats. Even as we prepare for them, we have the opportunity to really lower the risk and prevent that next pandemic from ever happening if we take control of how we build our settlements and how we expand our agriculture. So I'll pause there.
Thank you so much for highlighting that it's not just about pandemic preparedness, it's also about pandemic prevention. I want to follow up on that. Is enough being done on pandemic prevention at the moment?
No, absolutely not. And, you know, one of the sad things that we've seen over the last 20 years, after we've had each of these scares about pandemics and epidemics, and today as we live in the midst of an historic pandemic, our ability to really learn the proper lessons that each of these events have told us, they've given us an opportunity each time, whether we're talking about Ebola, whether we're talking about influenza pandemics or COVID-19, you know, the writing is clearly on the wall, and we're just collectively doing a miserable exercise in learning those lessons. So we have some serious discussions, dialogues, and really some aggressive policy reform that we need to bring into play that really focuses on how do we manage our settlement expansions? How do we manage our agricultural expansions in ways that give us the benefits, but avoids the unintended consequences? So we have some serious roll up our sleeves and get this job done work ahead of us. We're not, at this point, doing a very good job in coalescing the kind of partnerships that will drive this discussion forward and bring us into a new world that's far safer than the one we live in today.
You mentioned about partnerships, and you know, in a previous conversation we've had, you mentioned, you know, the need for information really to help guide, you know, inform, ultimately drive policymakers to action, protect the ecosystem for, you know, for climate change purposes, but also in preventing future emerging health threats. I want to know, how can technology and partnerships help, you know, bring that information to drive policy action?
Well, one of the real truisms that's there is that as we talk about future pandemics, every future microbe that will be the cause of that pandemic already exists, either in its current form or in a precursor form. And it exists circulating in wildlife. What we really need to do is to enhance our ability to do the kind of surveillance that tells us where these viruses are circulating, what species of animals, and to what extent the species that harbor them are at high risk of exposure to human populations or settlements. That is, they have a high risk of spillover. And we have a real opportunity to build the partnerships between the technology communities, particularly those investing in diagnostics, the ability to go out and rapidly determine what is circulating in the ecosystem around us, but also the analytics side to be able to transform that information into knowledge that allows us to be much more forward leaning. You know, we have a chance to go to the virus, if you will, before the virus comes to us. And it's really building on partnerships and technologies that allow us to get that forward leaning information that allows us then to prevent and as well as prepare. So it's critical building a federation of partnerships around the world, beginning at the local level. This is not about global partnerships per se. It is about action at the local level ultimately is the key to a future healthy world, and we need to have partnerships that transcend geography, transcend politics, and transcend our sort of sectoral stovepipes that we find ourselves in over the years.
Now, there's sort of this discussion now happening around a potential pandemic treaty, and negotiators are supposed to be meeting, in the next few weeks. I wonder what message it sends to negotiators for this, instrument.
Well, first off, let's make sure that when we talk about a pandemic treaty, we're not building a pandemic treaty around our past experiences. We always have a tendency to prepare for the last war. We really have to be much more insightful and recognize the diversity of future threats that we are going to be faced with, and make sure that any pandemic treaty has the flexibility and the adaptability to be able to respond to the real reality of what we're going to face tomorrow, not the reality we faced yesterday. You've gone on mute, Jenny. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dennis. Really for all of this insightful discussions.
Well, thank you for the opportunity, and good luck.
From pandemics to air quality, poor air quality can pose hazards to people's health. According to the American Lung Association, it can cause asthma attacks, increase a person's risk of heart attack and stroke, and lead to premature death. But how can one know if the air they're breathing is clean air? In Uganda, AirCo, founded in 2015 by researchers at the Makerere University, has created a local, low-cost innovation using artificial intelligence to capture air quality across the country. And I'm speaking today with Professor Engineer Bino Mugisha, its project lead, to learn how the organization is using this innovation to drive action that impacts both health and climate. In 2019, AirCo was among the 20 organizations that received a grant from Google's AI Impact Challenge on its work tackling air pollution. And that's out of more than 2,600 applicants from all over the world. In a story, you were quoted as saying, "I'm a little obsessed with air." Why is that, Professor?
Yeah, thank you, Jenny. Yeah, it's true. I'm a little bit obsessed about the air. And the reason for this is that I for sure know, and everyone knows, that air pollution is a growing challenge affecting millions of lives on the African continent and elsewhere. And as a trained computer scientist, I constantly think about what can I do to address this air pollution challenge. So I feel I should be part of offering solutions to a challenge like air pollution. And that's the reason I like constantly thinking about how do I help deliver clean air to African cities through the knowledge and the partnerships that I have access to. Thank you.
Well, air pollution is an issue that really spans both climate and health, and we're becoming increasingly aware of this. Can you give one example of a significant partnership you have?
Yeah, thank you. So one of the key things that we think about deeply as AirCo is how do we form meaningful partnerships to be able to have concrete actions and steps going forward. So as AirCo, being based in Uganda, for instance, one of the things that we have been looking out for is how do we work with the local authorities. Some of them are government agencies, for instance, those that are responsible for regulating the environment of which air pollution falls. So we've been working closely with the National Environment Authority to see how we can inform the agenda setting, bringing air pollution as a priority among the some of the key actions they're looking at, but also trying to initiate actions on what we can do. And we've been working with the National Environmental Management Authority in Uganda, for instance, to inform the formulation of new national air quality standards, which to us is a very important step to having a government action on how we can deliver clean air to the urban areas within Uganda.
I'm curious, how you're able to kind of pitch that partnership with the National Environmental Authority. How are you able to convince them that this is an important issue?
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, when we started doing this work, Uganda, there was not a lot of data. Well, there was no data on the magnitude and scale of air pollution. So our first step was actually on gathering data and using this data to make government agencies and other entities realize that we have air pollution challenge. So in a way, our work has helped to set the agenda and make air pollution to be one of the priorities in agencies like the National Environmental Management Authority, but also the city authorities. So having been able to achieve at least that to some level, that these different government agencies are starting to see air pollution as a key challenge, we've then been able to now start taking the concrete actions and what can be done. But the first step really has been on how do we make air pollution to be seen as a priority. And the way to make that a priority is not by saying, we have air pollution without any facts or figures, but being able to do that groundwork on providing the data to actually show the state of air pollution. And more concretely, also being able to say that, well, it's not necessarily that every part of the country or every sector or every place is polluted. There are actually places that we see they have good air quality, but also places that have poor air quality, which also helps to change the narrative, because in the absence of data, you have a generalization that maybe we have a lot of air pollution across the city, but actually it's maybe not the case. So making these entities realize that there's something that they can be able to do, and they can also be able to see the scale of the air pollution challenge, then we start now to think about what actions we can take to address this problem.
You really drove the point really about really having the data and showing the evidence to make the case to important stakeholders. I understand that AirCo is planning to expand its work outside Uganda. Do you have a timeline for that, and what role can partnerships play in that expansion?
Great, thank you. So through our partnerships, we are now looking at scaling up our network and our work beyond Uganda. As you mentioned, our work at AirCo is beyond monitoring. We want to provide the data, set the agenda, and then initiate actions to tackle the air pollution challenge. In the next 3 years, we want to expand. We want to have presence in at least 10 new cities in 5 African cities, and we in 5 African countries. And we're looking at initially starting with some of the countries within East Africa, for instance, in Nairobi, Kenya. And one of the key aspects of our work is, of course, partnerships. For instance, in Nairobi, we have started a new partnership with the UN EP, where we are going to explore on how we can expand our work to Nairobi. So being able to provide the data, but also hope to start the discussions and inform some of the ongoing actions. There's sort of already ongoing actions within some of the cities, but consolidating the efforts in a way that you can have sustainable actions and impacts on air pollution issues within these cities. Ultimately, we would want to expand our network from now about 120 sensors that we have on our network to about 300 sensors in the next 3 years. And we hope that with those steps that we are taking, we'll be able to move closer to our vision of clean air in all African cities.
It's certainly going to be a busy but very exciting next 3 years for you. Thank you very much, Professor Engineer Baino Mugisha, Project Lead at ERCO.
Thank you so much, Jenny, for having me.
We're beginning this session with a big question. How can life-saving global health innovations make the journey from discovery to development to delivery? Today, I'm joined by two experts to discuss this question, providing specific examples of how partnerships between social entrepreneurs and the US government and other governments can take global health solutions to scale. Krista Donaldson is CEO at Equalize Health, a nonprofit medical technology company based in New Delhi, formerly known as DREV. This is a social enterprise with a new name as well as an expanded mission of helping other innovators move away from lab-driven innovation and toward innovations that are designed with user and market constraints in mind. And Amy Lin, who's acting director of the Center for Innovation and Impact at USAID. She was previously based in India, where Equalize Health also works, developing social enterprise models to meet needs in low-resource settings, such as clean drinking water in slums. And prior to this role, she served in roles at the Clinton Health Access Initiative, the World Bank, and TechnoServe. And I'm really excited to talk with both Krista and Amy about, as we often say at Prescription for Progress, what works, what doesn't, and what's next when it comes to partnerships between social innovators and the US government. I'm going to start with a few questions for Krista, and then we'll learn a little bit more about Amy and her work, and then we'll dive into conversation, the three of us. So Krista, I mentioned earlier that DREV rebranded to Equalize Health, but it's about much more than a new name. So can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes, I would love to. It had been a longer process. I know, like we see it at the end when the name changes, but we had a really important milestone that we hit last year, which was 1 million patients treated with our products. And while we were really excited about that, at the same time, the product development process, what you talked about from discovery all the way to scaling and sustainable scaling, was just too slow. It was too slow for the needs that we saw and what we knew our sector was capable in terms of technology and product development, and really great user research and fundamentally partnerships. And just to give you an example of this, we were doing due diligence around our phototherapy device for neonatal jaundice in a Rwandan hospital. They were using our phototherapy device, and a pediatrician, there were no neonatologists there. And the pediatrician who was taking care of the babies said to my colleague, he goes, "Oh, can you develop CPAP?" And she said, "Well, right now we're focused on this, but tell me, how are you treating the babies now?" And he said, "I'm only praying for them," because he didn't have access to CPAP, even though the technology itself has been around for 50 years. And for me, this really talks about not just the challenges of organizations like us doing the development, but the overall sector in being able to respond to critical needs like that.
Thanks, Krista. And I know that you've worked with USAID in your journey at Equalize Health. For example, you were part of Saving Lives at Birth, which provided seed funds, validation funds, and transition to scale funds, as well as non-financial support for innovations in maternal and newborn health. So I wonder if you can talk about what partnerships have been the most meaningful in helping you scale the solutions your teams worked on? And specifically when it comes to USAID, what have some of the unique opportunities and challenges been?
Yeah, so there's a lot of questions in there. I'll start with USAID and the partnership. So we received Saving Lives at Birth grant. We applied actually 9 times and got 1, but it was incredibly invaluable in the sense that we had the credibility of USAID behind us. We had access to the network of innovators, and I think putting on the hat of the larger sector, Saving Lives at Birth was a huge service in creating a whole body of innovators. And with the Equalize Health model, what we're doing as compared to doing the discovery through product development is we are identifying innovators who have promising solutions already to well-known needs or needs that come up through our user research, again, driven by healthcare workers. And so that enables a way to speed up the development process. USAID also brought in a lot of commercial actors, which is great too, because on the end, you also, if you want to be able to scale quickly, you want to have good distribution quickly, you want to work with a commercial partner as well. And that's also part of our updated Equalize Health model.
And just to understand how USAID fits into a broader context of partnerships that have been meaningful for you, I guess, why has that been so useful to have a government partner, since we're talking about how to scale up more of these government partnerships, what's the unique added value in the context of the broader context of partnerships that have really helped you go to scale?
Well, in our case too, it's the credibility, right? And it's this network that we and others have access to be able to develop partnerships, whether they're commercial partnerships for distribution or scaling, or it's partnerships around innovation. And just to give you an example, we have a partnership with an innovator in South Africa. He's an OB gynecologist, and he had several ideas about postpartum hemorrhage. And I think Saving Lives at Birth and USAID in their work has really created an ecosystem now to have so much capacity that we all can be, developing innovations and making sure the good ones get to scale and solve the problems.
Thanks, Krista. And in preparation for this conversation, I pulled actually a line from a story I wrote a while back that included equalized health. And you had mentioned the expertise needed to develop innovations is not the same expertise needed to get the technology into the hands of nurses, doctors, and patients. So partnerships are really key there. I want to go ahead and bring Amy into this. And Amy, I have a few questions for you so that people get to better know the Center for Innovation and Impact, and then we'll all three come back together. But Amy, I know that CII's mission statement is all about incubating new ideas, putting them into practice, and scaling them through partnership. But concretely, what does this look like? What are some examples of that?
Thank you, Catherine, and happy to share some of the ways that we try to live that mission statement. I think one example of where we've tried to put an approach into practice and using partnership is with the Open Doors Africa Private Healthcare Initiative. And this is a partnership with the President's Malaria Initiative, with our fellow U.S. agency, the Development Finance Corporation, and the Health Finance Coalition, to bring together a $35 million working capital fund to help keep private clinics in 5 different countries in sub-Saharan Africa open. And I think it just shows the power of how different types of actors coming together with their different resources can make an outsized impact. There was a small amount of grant funding from USAID and enabled a loan guarantee from the Development Finance Corporation, which then enabled the full $35 million of working capital to these private clinics that otherwise would have had to close their doors and not serve patients who relied on them during the epidemic. I think another example, just to quickly show the breadth of what this can mean, is related to some of the human-centered design work we've done. I think a lot of times when people think of an innovation, they think of a thing, some new shiny object that will hopefully transform lives. And in many cases it can, but it doesn't get there by itself. And we need to think about the delivery of that new innovation. And so when we were looking at pre-exposure prophylaxis for HIV, or a pill that you would take every day to prevent HIV infection, we tried to work with our HIV colleagues to consider what is going to be important to the young women that this could most help. Young women who do not want to think about a stigmatized lifelong disease, who don't want to take a pill every day and associate themselves with sickness. And so we worked with human-centered design partners and many communities in sub-Saharan Africa to think about how to position it, instead of a medicine, more as a beauty product and part of a daily beauty regimen. And so that included a pill case that looks like a lip balm case. It includes branding that's empowering and vibrant. And it includes messaging and tools for the healthcare providers who can better message this to young women and adolescent girls, so that it's something they want to take, not just something they feel they need to take.
Those are great examples. And in a moment, I want to bring Krista back into this. I know that she would agree with your point that innovation isn't always a thing, and that design is really critical. We can talk about that in a moment. But I wanted to ask you a little bit more, Amy, about, speaking of evolution, we talked about the evolution from DREV to Equalized Health. The Center for Innovation and Impact has also experienced an evolution. You now have projects focused on market access and digital health. So can you just quickly talk through what are the learnings that have informed that evolution?
One of the most important is that you need the broader ecosystem to evolve and support an innovation to get it to scale. And so you might have a new product, but you have to think about what channels you can use to get it to low resource settings. You need to consider the financing that might need a new business model to enable procurers or end users or public sector financiers to afford that innovation. And I think to what Krista mentioned earlier, the broader ecosystem, how can we build capabilities so that other innovators, whether they're directly funded by USAID or not, also have a fighting chance to get started and bring their offerings to a wider network and to really reach those who are most in need. So it's that broader ecosystem that's really encouraged us to think about that market access, that financing, the market shaping, and the digital health broader landscape to fit into where the global health world is today. Whereas before, I think we were much more focused on sourcing new ideas. And now we're doing both that sourcing and supporting, but also bringing it to usage.
Great, thanks for that. And one more question for you before I bring Krista back would be to build on a theme we've talked about a lot today. Yes, responding to COVID-19 and this crisis at hand, but also maintaining progress on other global health priorities that have been hugely disrupted by the COVID pandemic. So I wonder how the center has tried to strike that balance and prioritize.
I think one thing to paraphrase Rahm Emanuel is to never let a crisis go to waste. And for all of the horrible consequences of COVID-19, it has also opened up new opportunities to use digital health tools, telemedicine, to partner with the private sector in new ways. And I think as we not only hope that those lead to immediate and medium-term benefits in the COVID response, we can also see partnerships are so crucial. And one of the ways that we have partnered with we have been partnering with Coca-Cola and other partners in the Project Last Mile partnership. That has been instrumental in making sure that supply chains are able and ready to deliver COVID vaccines, and that strategic marketing can be used to generate demand for those vaccines when they get there. But that stronger supply chain and that sharpened outreach doesn't have to be limited to only the COVID response. So how can we take that foundation and extend it for other health needs as we go forward?
Thanks, Amy. So Krista, I want to bring you back into this. Let's build on Amy's point that innovation isn't always a thing. And let's look toward the future because, you know, I've heard similar points being made before, right? That we're often so focused on, you know, a gadget or, you know, a mobile app or what have you. But innovation needs to be thought of much more broadly than that. And I know both of you have thought about this in terms of the role of design, for example. So we're talking now about this journey from discovery to development to delivery. Where do we go from here, and what role does design play in the future?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the fact that we're even talking about design and development and global health is so fantastic because 10 years we weren't. And, you know, to your point, like, yes, it's absolutely about the environment too. Like, are you designing for the environment, for a solution, whether it's hardware or service to come into? And this is an ongoing challenge. And colleagues and I, as part of a special issue of Global Health Science and Practice, looked at the future of design and global health. And a few things that came out of that, I'll just mention really quickly, is one is like incentive. Are they aligned? You have these partnerships, but like a social enterprise needs to be aligned with the commercial actor who's distributing the product. And those have to be matched up very quickly. And right now, a lot of our financial model is based on a continuously unwell population in the for-profit area. The second point is like design itself needs to evolve in global health. We've been very focused on users, which is great, but we also need to think about life-centered design, thinking about planetary health and some of the other impacts, especially as we know climate change's impact on particularly women and children. And then lastly, organizations, whether they're USAID or Equalize Health, we need to be able to reckon with our values and where we think the future is going. The pandemic was predictable, although in many cases we treat it like it was a wild card moment. And futurists say that if you think about the future, you can actually shape it because you're more prepared for it.
And I think I would just, go ahead, Amy. Just two other points. I agree with all of that, that centrality of users. I would also say, picking up on Krista's last point about climate change, there are lots of new types of data and consequences that are happening outside of what we traditionally call global health data. How can we think about climate change predictions and data? How can we think about urbanization and migration movements and demographic changes and take into account all of those as we make our global health programming decisions? I think increasingly, if we bridge the silos between these sectors, the more informed and prepared we can be. And I would just add one other quick plug is I know there's a lot of talk today about diversity, equity, and inclusion. I think that's so important. And the more that we can be listening and co-creating with the communities, whether it's through a human-centered design approach or other techniques, is going to be really crucial to making sure that we're really responding to what they would prioritize in terms of thinking about new innovations.
Thanks, Amy. And I know, Equalize Health has worked with USAID. I'm putting myself in the shoes of many innovators joining Prescription for Progress from around the world who maybe haven't found a way to partner with USAID. Or I know, Krista, you mentioned applying many times for Saving Lives at Birth. Was it 9 times?
9.
9 times.
9.
Yeah, maybe they've tried, 8 times and they haven't hit that 9th time that's a success yet. And so my question is, how we've heard a little bit about how Equalize Health and USAID have worked together. Why is it so important to see more of these kinds of partnerships between USAID, or I should note, bilateral donors broadly, and social entrepreneurs? And since this event is all about partnerships, what are the kinds of organizations, initiatives, or conversations that we need to help make more of that happen?
Yeah, and I would say the partnerships need to be much more than USAID, who, is a big elephant, a big smart elephant in the room. So it gives us access. And then there's the social enterprises. There's innovators. And, to the point earlier, there's lots of great ideas out there, but there isn't a ton of solution or a ton of organizations that, for medical devices particularly, are capable of managing the quality management system for regulatory approval and all the later stage stuff that goes in and bringing really promising context to market and to impact. And so USAID, again, can play such an incredible role as a convener, bringing together innovators, bringing together commercial actors, bringing together social enterprises who are well positioned to connect and operationalize, great ideas, getting to the markets and people who need them.
And I definitely take that elephant metaphor. I appreciate it. There are strengths that an elephant offers, and there are weaknesses. Nobody can do it alone. And the partnerships allow us to match with the mighty mice who might be fleeter or more nimble or coming up with new ideas. And I think together we have to find ways to complement our strengths and mitigate our weaknesses together through partnership.
Thanks, Amy. And earlier, something that came up was this broader ecosystem needed to get solutions to scale. So I want to bring in a perspective from our audience. And I think Team Fund is one example of that broader ecosystem. So Yusuf Mazar is managing partner at Team Fund, which is an impact venture fund focused on investing in healthcare technologies addressing unmet medical needs globally. And Yusuf, I'd love to hear your reactions to this conversation, as well as any questions you might want to pose to Krista or Amy.
Sure. No, thanks for adding me to the conversation. I think, again, in the spirit of partnership and collaboration, which is the theme here, I heard both Amy and Krista mention over and over again about kind of the ecosystem and the different actors that really need to play together. And as an impact venture group, we have a similar mission that USAID and Equalize Health has. And I'd love to hear from both of them how groups like ours, and us specifically, whether it's with our portfolio companies or ways to integrate with incubation through USAID, or to have our companies work with Equalize in a different way. But how can we as venture investors work with these two ends of the continuum and partner with you guys better?
Yusuf, it's an excellent question. And I really see it as part of the ecosystem, as you noted, and also a bit of a handoff. In some ways, it's a relay race, and different actors can hold the baton at different times to help move innovations from their different stages. And so sometimes grant capital will be catalytic to help a new innovator get started. Other times it might be a bit of a bridge funding with concessionary capital that can help transition it to more of a sustainable business model, if that's the route that they're taking. And then eventually, maybe they might grow to be eligible to be invested in by an impact venture fund like Team Fund in yourself. So I think we need all of these different types of capital and supports in order to bring innovations, help them get started, and then get them all the way to scale.
Yeah, I agree with Amy. I think the one thing I would add is that we're all in the same ecosystem. And so the more we can collaborate, like, for example, we do what we call downstream innovation. Again, I don't like separating upstream and downstream because you need to be designing for downstream from the very beginning, but we're all developing different aspects. And, success with team fund portfolio organizations actually supports us because we have many of the similar goals. And so at the very least, there is a need to be bringing everyone together.
Yusuf, thanks for that great question. I feel like it's the model of what we look for in Prescription for Progress, that you've listened to examples of partnerships and then you've kind of asked, well, how do I plug in or how can I contribute? So I really appreciate that. So to close out the day, I just want to thank Amy, Krista, Yusuf for your time. This has been a really fascinating conversation to be continued. And I hope that our attendees, like Yusuf, are wondering, where do I fit into this mix of a better future for global health and that journey from discovery to development to delivery, and form those connections so you can continue the conversation beyond today's event. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What a day it's been. I'm so excited to be back with you. I'm Raj Kumar, President and Editor-in-Chief of DevX, and it has been a fantastic day. I can't believe we're at the end of Prescription for Progress 2022. So many things that have come out of the day. I want to just start by saying a big thank you to our partners who made this day possible. Astrazeneca, CETA, and MSD for Mothers. Thank you for your support, and thank you for all the interesting insights that you provided during the course of the day. It's great to be partners with you. And a thanks to everyone who made this day possible, most especially Catherine Chaney, who I'd like to welcome to the virtual stage for a moment. Catherine, nice to see you.
Raj, good to see you again.
So what were some of the things that stuck with you during the course of the day?
It is really hard to pick in terms of takeaways. I applaud our illustrators throughout the day who, over the course of a session, were able to jam all of these insights into a blank canvas. I think that's amazing. I'll just mention a few things, and I would love to hear in the chat from others what their takeaways were. Early in the day, this call to action to avoid building an Olympic stadium that's used once. That's true of COVID-19, but it's true across many of the global health priorities that you all are working on. I thought it was a powerful message. Another big message that we hear often, but the importance of listening, but examples of what listening actually looks like. And in that same session about working across silos to advance progress on other health priorities, how we need to break down silos not only within health, but beyond health, and ensuring that these solutions really yield benefits across sectors. And then related to that, we've wrapped up our day talking about climate and health. I love that point. You can't have healthy people on a sick planet. So talk about a powerful call to action for the health sector to get outside of not only its own internal silos, but the health sector silo and work across sectors.
Yeah, that's so important. And it makes me think of my conversation with Vinod Khosla and how he talks about artificial intelligence and how it's going to radically change the way that people interact with doctors. And it's one of these things where it sounds like a really futuristic insight, but in his view, in really a short time, in the space of several years, it'll dramatically affect the health systems, even in the lowest resource settings. So these are the kinds of things that we bring at Prescription for Progress that makes this event so interesting. So thank you, Catherine, for a fantastic day. It's been great to see you.
Thanks, Raj.
I just have a couple more points to make before we continue today, because it's not over yet. The first thing is, I know you're all already subscribed to DevX Checkout. That's our weekly newsletter on global health. It's kind of the insider take on what's happening in the global health conversation. So you'll want to be subscribed to that if for some reason you're not. It's a free newsletter. We do have a paid news subscription called DevX Pro. And if you're already a Pro member, thank you for being a part of that subscription. If you're not, this might be a good chance to check it out. There's a free trial. And I mention it because we're going to be hosting a DevX Pro follow-up event to Prescription for Progress. We'll be doing that next week. And it's going to be an opportunity to think a little bit deeper on these issues of tech and innovation and health. So you may want to take an opportunity to sign up. There's actually a discount for people who attended Prescription for Progress. Look out for some information from my colleagues on that. For everybody who's a part of this conversation today on Zoom, there's just one link that you've got to click, and that will take you to your options for the 4 breakout workshop sessions that we've got coming right now. So I'll see you there. I look forward to being a part of this with all of you. It's been a fantastic day. I thank you for joining us, for being with us wherever you are in the world. Thank you for the good work each and every one of you is doing on global health around the world and for supporting our work here at DevEx. Thank you.